All right, folks, we are about to get started. I'm going to be taking my video offline. But before we do, I wanted to open this with a video that Progressive Victory has put together for the state of Wisconsin. Here you guys go. I'm going to link it in chat so you guys can share it wherever you would like. And here we go. Do, 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 do. Yeah, it's a nice little video, just giving you an overview of what's at stake in Wisconsin and how you can make a difference. Share that around, please and thank you. All right, I'm gonna turn off my cameras here. Boop. Kevin?
Oh my god, I'm
Okay,
alive.
you
I'm live.
are. I kept bringing you in here and you kept popping back out again.
I don't know what happened.
Also,
I
if you want to, you can turn on your video. That's how I'm doing
Oh
this.
yeah, I am no okay, now let's see if my camera wants to cooperate this time cuz it's beeping and a booping and I'm not sure what's going on exactly. But hello.
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 Yeah, please hold.
Okay. Also, Finn, you look good. You look like you got that post workout sheen going on.
Thank you.
You're
Thank you. I do have
welcome.
a post-workout sheen going on.
Yeah.
So I was rushing to get everything done today, and I did, including a workout.
I wish I was in the same boat, but not today. Not yet, anyway.
You have been busy as, so.
It's been quite busy. Um, still don't have you, Kevin, but we can get started if folks are ready to talk to jaw.
Hell yeah. Wait, are we
I'm
are we
ready to
already
party.
live?
Oh, yeah, I'm live.
Oh, okay, well.
Yeah. Sorry.
Right.
We're doing it. We're doing it live. Yeah.
Fuck it. We're doing it live.
Exactly. Are either of you streaming?
Yes.
No. So
Okay.
I am technologically cursed and also a boomer and don't know the first thing about streaming. But I guest on other people's streams and just let them handle all of the tech stuff.
Well, we got you. And Kevin, if you're using a camera on your streaming software, it might be prioritizing that over Discord. I
You
always
know, that's what I'm thinking.
I always have to turn off all of my cameras in my streaming software and then switch over to like focusing on Discord. Otherwise, they don't play
You know,
nice.
yeah, you know what? Fair enough. Let me try that. I'm usually not so boomer-tastic, but apparently I am super boomer-tastic today.
It's okay.
Honestly, it's kind of nice being that person for once, so thank you for your sacrifice. It means a lot to me personally.
I mean, look, everything for the better cause, my friend. Everything for the great cause.
Indeed.
Let it be known that Kevin planned this specifically to make me look better, so, round of applause.
Well, it's okay. I don't know if either of you looked at the Google Doc, but literally at 4:30, I had plans for workout tech kinks. So it's all according to plan right now.
Huzzah!
Just sticking to the schedule. I did look at the
Exactly.
Google Doc, and I was scrambling to get in as much information as I can because I walk this very fine line between, like grade A keener who like needs to know everything about the thing that's being discussed, and like, but also like himbo who doesn't understand anything about anything. So it's like,
But that makes you like a really great like conversation partner for stuff like this, because then it's like you know the questions the normies need to ask and need the answers to. You
that
know,
is true. That is true.
you're the bridge between us politically brain poisoned people and the normies.
Exactly.
Wild, wild watching like the United States politics as a Canadian, because on the one hand it's just like, I don't know, it's kind of like watching reality TV, but then on the other hand it's like, oh, this is not just reality TV. This
Nope.
is very much real.
All of the drama and somehow the stakes are just so much higher. Oh, chat, we're not gonna debate if normie is a slur. Please don't put that evil on me. um
Oh, I'm totally down to debate. I'm ready to fight. Let's go.
um okay, well while Kevin figures out his issues with the camera, um why don't we go around and introduce ourselves real quick? We're getting off to a good start here. So I'll start. Hello, everybody. This is a Progressive Victory organizing stream. Our goals are to get people out to Canvas this coming Sunday, April 2nd. And also, if you can't make it out to Wisconsin on the ground for April 2nd, we would really invite anyone from anywhere to donate their time to volunteer as a phone banker. So you can use the command exclamation point phone bank in chat to get a sign up sheet for phone banking in Wisconsin. And we're going to be talking all about that race as we go forward. But my name is Riverboat Jack, and I talk about politics and the news over on twitch.tv and the internet at large. How about you, Finn?
Yes. So I am Fantastic Mr. Fox, although I recently rebranded to Swolsome.
Oh,
So either of those names presently. And I am mostly a YouTuber. I talk about all kinds of things. I talk about feelings. I talk about queer stuff. I talk about masculinity a fair amount. And I am very, very left and very much on board with everything to do with leftism and actualizing that future. So I'm very happy to be here.
I've been known to enjoy some swolesome content.
We all need wholesome content in our lives.
It's a really good YouTube channel. You should all check it out. And Kevin, we still can't see you, but why don't you introduce yourself anyway?
My existence is a cursed one. Hello, I am the Kevin FM, lawyer by day, streamer by night, when my technology wants to work. And yeah, I'm happy to be here as the lawyer-brained weirdo of the group. So, I like looking at things with a legal eye. And I mean, this shit's super important, so we got to. And look, as we've already established, if my camera doesn't work, it's so that the swoltastic Mr. Fox or Mr. Finn over there looks super good and not boomery. So I'm willing to make that sacrifice.
Oh, you.
Yeah, so let me get
Actually,
myself figured out here.
Yeah,
I
Chad.
kind of like the little, like the circling squares. It makes me feel like we're in like a '90s show, and you're sort of our you're our Morpheus, you know.
Chad is calling you Void Kevin. You've become
know
a
what?
meme.
I love it. I love it. I am the void.
We're back to rotating squares. That's okay. Void FM.
Oh, ooh,
Oh no.
drama. Oh no.
Let's see here. Just got to make sure. There are so many people coming onto the stream today. I got to keep them all straight.
Alternatively, you could keep them all gay.
Maybe a little, a few buys in there too. Who knows? Yeah, if I'm feeling a little spicy. There's Kevin. Let's bring him back in. Hello.
I'm just restarting everything. Don't mind me.
Okay. Well, we love you
Understandable.
just as you are.
Incredibly flawed as I may be, thank you. I appreciate that. It forms the hollow spot where my heart should be. For all lawyers are soulless husks. We know this. We appreciate this.
Lawyer humor is just leaned into itself even harder.
Of course.
All right.
But let me not hold things up.
Okay. Well, let's get started. So basically, folks, the entire point of this event is to get you guys to sign up to volunteer and to really reinforce why this this race in Wisconsin is so critically important. It covers like really everything that leftists ostensibly care about. Things like abortion, trans rights, the very concept of free and fair democracy, like basically everything that you like about, you know, freedom is at stake here. So it's not an inconsequential race at all. In fact, a lot of people have been calling it the most important race of 2023. And one could even argue that it has some pretty dire implications for the 2024 presidential race as well, because of the way that Wisconsin is currently slanted against the idea of democracy. So here's what's going on. Okay. There are two people running in this election. We got Judge Janet, who's a relatively run-of-the-mill, liberal-leaning judge, okay? She's not necessarily the most exciting candidate, but she has made pledges to do things like, you know, maintain democracy, recuse herself if she has any conflicts of interests, and also, you know, rule fairly on the subjects like abortion and also on things like trans rights, which are currently at stake in the state of Wisconsin. For those of you who don't know, Wisconsin has a Democratic governor and a heavily Republican legislature, and this is seen as a problem by Republicans. Oh, we got Kevin. But we got Kevin's chair.
We have Kevin's chair, yeah.
Okay.
Next best thing.
Yeah.
Chair stream. Chair stream.
Kevin, hello.
Howdy.
There we go. Excellent.
There we go. Finally got all the freaking kinks worked out.
Hey, it's okay. It's okay. So we have these two candidates. We have Judge Janet, and then we also have Daniel Kelly. And Daniel Kelly is basically a no good, very bad man. He was temporarily on the state Supreme Court of Wisconsin for about 4 years, from 2016 to 2020. He then failed to win re-election because he had been appointed temporarily to fill a vacancy on the state Supreme Court. And he also masterminded or helped and was complicit with a scheme to... Are we still live? Wait. Okay. Sorry, you both froze. Both Kevin and Finn, you were looking so intent. I was like, wait, is my internet down? Okay.
Paying very close attention.
Do you know I did freeze?
Oh no. There we go.
Good Christ. Cursed.
So he was also complicit with a scheme, and some of you might have heard of this, to present a slate of fake electors for the 2020 election, basically in an attempt to subvert the presidential process and election process. So he's deliberately been involved in acts of sabotage against democracy itself, and also is committed to maintaining the status quo in Wisconsin And for those of you who don't know, Wisconsin is broadly known as the most gerrymandered state in the United States. It is actually so bad that it is. Mehdi Hassan actually did a segment on it a couple days ago, and apparently the numbers work out to make it comparable to like the political electioneering at play in places like the Democratic Republic of Congo. So it's not great. It's not great at all.
Good freaking grief.
Mm-hmm.
Uh,
If
Despite
I
my lack
remember
of knowledge.
correctly,
Sorry.
well, I mean, if I remember correctly, Wisconsin, for a Democrat could get like 50 something percent of the vote and only get 30% or less of the seats after an election, right? Am I remembering this correctly?
yeah, it's along those lines. If you are, if the Democratic Party in the state of Wisconsin gets about 50% of the vote, they are only going to win 35% of the seats in the state legislature.
Good grief.
And if the Republican Party gets 50% of the vote, they get 65% of the state legislature. And this has been like an ongoing process of like continually rigging the election more and more in the favor of Republicans since around 2010, when I believe they got like a super majority in the state. And what's really important about this race in regards to the gerrymandering itself is that apparently, so how this works, right? Every 10 years they do a census, and the census new data is used to redraw maps for states, election maps. And so even though that the state of Wisconsin's Democratic Party had already challenged the previous maps and lost, but because this is a new set of maps that have been recently redrawn using the 2020 census data, that opens them for legal challenge, which means that whoever is put on the state Supreme Court in Wisconsin will be ruling on whether or not the maps that are put up for replacement are acceptable, that they meet like standards of fairness that are supposed to be at play, right? And currently, Wisconsin State Supreme Court is divided evenly. There are three conservative-leaning judges and three left-leaning judges, and whoever wins this state Supreme Court election wins that seat for the next decade. And we'll weight the court in one way or the other, meaning, you know, the very existence of like abortion rights or like trans rights, which Republicans in Wisconsin are not keen on. Really, the only reason Wisconsin like isn't completely a hellscape right now is because they managed to elect a Democratic governor, Tony Evers, who has been basically, I believe over the last several years, he has vetoed more legislation than any other governor in Wisconsin history, because they just keep trying to get legislation passed that is just objectively horrible.
Objectively anti-human on its face. And if I also remember correctly, the 2020 election results were only barely upheld by the Wisconsin Supreme Court as in the results in their state were only barely upheld on a ruling of 4-3, right? As in it was a swing vote that determined that?
Yeah. No, that is very correct.
Yeah, so, and I mean, really the scariest thing about this race is exactly everything that you mentioned. And I know I brought this up in the last stream that we did together, but I wanted to bring it up again.
Yeah, do it.
Where, you know, watching Judge Kelly speak literally reminds me of the nomination hearings for the United States Supreme Court justices like Clarence Thomas Samuel Alito, Brett Kavanaugh, aside from the whole circus surrounding him, and every other Supreme Court justice that was put on the federal bench, because when asked direct questions about things like abortion rights, they said they would let that precedent stand. And then as soon as they get the opportunity, they strike it down. And Judge Kelly is exactly along the lines of those types of judges, where he may pretend to be an impartial and nonpartisan judge who only looks at the facts of the case before him. But really, in the back of his mind, he's like, all right, so what do I need to rule on to make my donors happy at this point in time? And it's just something that is frustrating as a legal professional to see, because every single time that I see a judge use those same exact lines that he uses, when basically trying to wiggle away from the issues of abortion or gender affirming care or transgender rights in general, or gerrymandering or anything else that that he has a very obvious conservative leaning on. It just basically poisoned my mind, where I don't trust anything the guy says, and I don't trust any judge who uses that same kind of rhetoric, because in the back of my mind I'm thinking, oh, conservative, got it. Whereas the nice thing about Judge Janet is she made her positions very well known and very clear, throughout this entire process. Like, she's unequivocally against gerrymandering because, and this is to paraphrase her words, you know, it is basically it's in a. I was going to paraphrase her words, and then my brain shut down right in the middle of a ramble. I'm so sorry, but basically, she said it was unfair and unjust, specifically because of how it impacts disparate. It disparately impacts different minorities of people. And when you look at Wisconsin as a heavily gerrymandered state, that makes a lot of sense.
Yeah. No, it does. It does completely. Um, let's see here. What have you been able to learn about this Finn, or is there anything you don't know that you would like to know?
I'm kind of like I'm taking all of it in to the best of my ability. I was like I had heard that Wisconsin was a very gerrymandered state, and I was mostly looking into that. And the map was like just like a Tetris hellscape. It was really quite astonishing. So kind of letting that sink in. Um, I can't think of anything off the top of my head that I'm like really curious about. I'm just kind of like grasping at information as you guys are putting it out there, so I can like better
Yeah.
understand.
Well, it's really interesting that you brought up kind of like this weird Tetris hellscape type visual, because it's really interesting. You can look up the electoral maps prior to 2010, and you can compare them to what they look like today. And essentially, there's been a deliberate move on the part of the Republican state legislature in Wisconsin to basically carve out any blue voting areas into their own districts, essentially creating like a guaranteed small number of seats for Democrats and a guaranteed much larger number of seats for Republicans in the state. Which is kind of how they got to be where they are now. But you can see kind of these, you know, uh, relatively like square or rectangular districts slowly turn into like uh, just random like blobs of like uh, what's it called when there's like a like fractal
Spaghetti monsters.
yeah, or spaghetti monster, or the kind of creature you imagine when you're like when like a small child is like hears the word gerrymander for the first time and like imagines some kind of mythical creature. Like that's what these districts start to get shaped like, right? Like it becomes kind of um this just wild wild fractal situation going on. in the state. Yeah, it's very strange. But
Yeah.
that's kind of where we're at, right? Like it's gotten to a point where it's it's so bad it kind of goes beyond the pale. And what I found really interesting, because I watched a debate between the two candidates, because also um, it's just very weird that we have elections for judges. That just seems to
Oh,
me
tell me about it.
like a really weird thing to do. But um, we had like a debate between these candidates, and uh Judge Janet's just like, yeah, no, I would probably send these back to be redrawn because of how heavily biased they are. And Daniel Kelly it just stands up there and goes, well, you know, that's the job of the state legislature. It's just like, wow, isn't that convenient for your political leanings?
Uh-huh.
The I
You
will
know,
do something about that versus somebody should do something about that.
Yeah,
Wow.
yeah,
Not gonna be me, but somebody.
my friends over the state legislature can take care of how unfair that map is by making it more unfair. Not my
yeah.
problem.
And I mean, that's the sad thing about that is that Judge Kelly's reasoning is, again, very reminiscent of how the judiciary has always dealt with the problem historically. Because, you know, basically the Supreme Court has okayed gerrymandering as it is in its current form. And it's been like this for decades. And whenever a case has come to the Supreme Court to basically try and do something about how gerrymandering is handled, the Supreme Court's basically like, no, 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 no. That's a political issue. That's not our realm. Political partisan gerrymandering among political lines and among, the political affiliations of the voters in each district, that's perfectly okay.
Kevin,
Obvious.
uh,
Yeah.
let's wrap up your thought real quick, and because we got to drag a new person into the conversation.
Okay. TLDR, Judge Kelly's reasoning is consistent with how it's traditionally been, where gerrymandering is left up to the legislature because the courts just don't want to touch that with a 10-foot pole.
Yeah,
So I applaud Judge Janet for being brave on that stance. It shouldn't be a brave stance, but that's where we are.
yeah. The situation is just degraded to such an extent. All right, we're bringing in Prime Kai. Here we go. Hello. Oh,
Uh-oh.
Kevin, maybe it's not just you. Maybe it's
Sorry about
hello. It's okay.
I was about to say, I think I scared him away with my charm.
thanks for having me here. I'll turn my camera on in a second. I'm just dealing with something.
Oh yeah, no
Um,
worries.
yeah.
We've had a lot of camera difficulties already. How you doing? And Prime, introduce yourself.
Hello all. My name is Prime Kai, PRMECAYES. I run a Twitch and YouTube channel. We do debates, well, either one-on-one or in debate panels. And yeah, we have open panels, and we love to have people come and join. But yeah, that's me.
Awesome. Well, thank you for joining us. We've just been going over kind of the gerrymandering situation in Wisconsin and kind of the differing positions Judge Janet Protasewicz has compared with Daniel Kelly. And by the way, let's just kind of go maybe a bit more into like Judge Janet's positions, and we were kind of already going in this direction, but Judge Janet's positions and Dan Kelly's positions, because they are really opposed to one another. They're not really compatible in any degree. Kevin,
Did you want me to go?
yeah,
Or-
you can definitely go if you would like to.
Well, hold on. Let's see. My camera's gonna do the thing. Hey, did the thing.
Hey, there we go.
All right. Um, sorry.
That means I am still the prime boomer in this discussion. Wonderful.
Um, sorry, because I was a little distracted. Are you asking me about the gerrymandering itself, or the other something else?
So we can continue to talk about the gerrymandering, but just like
Mm.
also just opening it up to like the general like opposition of their kind of positions
Mm.
on different
Um,
topics.
well, I like to give my thoughts on gerrymandering first, then maybe expand later on.
Go for it.
Yeah, like, like let's be clear. Uh, the conservatives have like their plan is to limit the reach of democracy. Um, Simple as that, right? Like they understand they're not dumb people. They understand that their positions are unpopular. I mean, they'll say otherwise in the media, but they know that by the demographics, by the numbers, they are losing. They're losing more every year. So what to do? You limit democracy. Democracy has gotten in the way. They'll trumpet democracy, as part of the whole nationalistic thing, right? Like that's what American fascism will look like. It'll look like a person trumpeting democracy and saying, talking about its virtues, but in the end, they're going to be limiting it, and this is the way they do it. And so you can have a situation where, you can have a 50-50 split in terms of voter turnout, but a 60-40 in Republican favor legislator. Like this is the plan. Like let's not forget that. And not to be very clear, it's not like Democrats don't get into this too, right? Be
Mhm.
very clear.
Yeah.
Democrats get up to some stuff. But
It's a universal issue for sure.
yeah, yeah, yeah. But I think I can safely hazard a guess that it's just more prevalent on their side. And um, I mean, we even had like this is the same party of like the Southern strategy when they realized, well, instead of trying to appeal to everyone, let's just appeal to um one segment of the population, right? And ramp up their um racial angst, and then that'll motivate them to work for us or
Yep.
to elect us, um rather than like just some sort of broad appeal to bring in like to be the big tent that they pretend they are, the Republican Party. Um, they have gone through the path um, of tailoring their message in such a way that it ends up limiting them. Right.
Hmm.
Even now, at this point, they can't really expand because if they do expand, the base that they created will reject their messaging. Right. So um, uh, they have to appeal to their base, um, because without them, they're definitely going to lose. But they can't expand past their base because their base wants a hateful message. And so
Yeah.
what do? You just limit democracy. So I'll leave it there.
Well, it's interesting that you brought that up, right? Because I think a lot of people don't necessarily interpret gerrymandering as an attack on democracy, which they absolutely should, right? Like it's kind of like a soft way of seizing power. Where you can still pretend to have elections, but it's so weighted in favor of one party or another, where like there's really no realistic chance of any kind of change in who is in power or what organization is in power, and that's not great. That's actually quite bad. Um, and relating that to this race, Dan Kelly seems, from every interview I've seen and every public appearance he's made, seems pretty okay with status quo gerrymandering in Wisconsin.
It's about. I was about to say that's the exact same thing I was thinking. He represents the status quo. And Prime, it's interesting that you bring that up because, it's not an explicit attack on people's democratic rights where immediately they think, oh, well, these people are clearly trying to screw over one portion of the population, but they cloak it in such a way where it passes legal muster. That's why I brought up the distinction earlier before you came in of racial gerrymandering versus partisan gerrymandering. The Supreme Court explicitly rejected racial gerrymandering because, it's explicit enough where if they upheld it, they would have another Dred Scott versus Ferguson, uh, or excuse me, Dred Scott versus Sanford or Plessy versus Ferguson on their hands. Where they're like, "Oh, are you siding with the racists? What is this?" No, but under political gerrymandering, they can basically put a nice little disguise on what they're doing as, "Oh, we're just splitting people up based on their political affiliations. Nothing to see here," but it has the same effect.
I mean, like if you created a whites only party, then yeah, it's it's the exact same effect. Um, and like, for anyone to make that argument, I mean, they're like not even serious, right? Like, well, they're not even bothering. Like, this is good enough of a veneer for within conservative media to say that of course not. Like, what? How dare you call us racist? But like, you're doing something. And
Mhm.
here's the thing, like. To be clear, you don't even have to be, of course, racist to do this. I should actually even separate that, right? You just
Mhm.
have to want power
Yeah.
to do that, and then you will use those racist tools. Um, so uh, I think that overall, uh, this party, like, and it's not just like what we're seeing right now. They This is the same party that uh, as soon as the Civil Rights Act, the Voting Rights Act, was limited by the Supreme Court, right? Like they had like the trigger laws that went into effect that
Mhm.
immediately started reshaping the maps, right? Like uh, or putting into place um, disadvantages like limiting polling areas, right? Like this is what this party does. It's all they can
Purging
do to
people
stay in
from the
place.
polls.
Yeah, yeah, yeah.
Well,
Dead people. Yeah, go ahead.
well, and then you have the additional issue, right? Of like, uh, you don't have to be racist to be like kind of complicit with that, right? Because part of what the Southern strategy was built around and how it evolved over time was hiding behind euphemism and making things less and less explicit in some ways. And I think that, like, for example, my mind when you were talking, Prime, goes to um, the Republican Party's stance on immigration and how immigration became kind of a dog whistle for you know, Hispanic people coming over the southern border, and that in turn, like, became kind of the accepted dog whistle. But there are a lot of people for whom, like, like time has passed and they don't know it's a dog whistle, and they buy the euphemism on its own merit. And so you have new folks coming up who just aren't aware of the origins of a lot of these talking points that would have been used, 20 years ago even to like discriminate against them. And so it's a lot of really complicated factors, and I think a lot of it, like that's just one isolated example, but I think you can see a lot of it in other policies as well, part of the Republican strategy in states like Wisconsin.
And not to flap my gums too much, but Jack, that reminds me of what I think one of the Reagan administration's officials even said in an interview where, and I'm going to paraphrase it obviously, but he said, "Oh, in the 50s, you could get away with policies or things where you just explicitly said N word, N word, N word. But as time passes, that becomes less acceptable. So we have to code it in more abstract language, like, oh, well, the economy or things like that." So that feeds exactly into what you were saying.
Yeah, and to kind of like bring it back to like Wisconsin in particular, right? Um Dan Kelly, one of Dan Kelly's like pillars of his entire kind of campaign has been his pro-life stance, his anti-abortion stance. And it's actually really interesting if you go back and look at his previous writings about about abortion. Essentially, a lot of it has boiled down to like, well, women only want the right to abortion so that they can I'm going to paraphrase his legal speak, but essentially saying women only want a right to abortion so they can be sluts. His
That sounds
words
about right.
his words were people in pro-choice folks want abortion rights preserved so that they can have access to sexual liberation. So like it's that's like the Republican like suit and tie dinner party version of saying slut in my interpretation there.
They care more about being harlots than about raising a family.
Yeah, essentially.
It's fascinating to me that they push this idea of like raising a family as one of the best things and life being so sacred, and then talk about children as a consequence. Like that's just it's very interesting that they do that.
Dang,
Yeah.
that's absolutely right.
Yeah. Like I mean, that's why I don't call them pro-life. I've been uh I do like anti-choice or worse things. But certainly not pro-life. I mean, a pro-life party would be doing everything to make having a family like as easy as possible, right? Like a pro-life family would say, well, a lot of constituents are saying that they can't afford childcare, and you talk to young couples, and this is a very big obstacle. And they're like, well, because we don't, because of our wages are flat. That's another thing. But also because of this massive cost that is childcare, maybe we should hold off, right? Well, we want people to have babies for whatever reason, but we want people to have babies, so let's invest in this, right? Let's maybe have put some programs, even if it wasn't like because they're Republicans, like a direct state investment, like if it was through the private market by helping subsidize these things, right? So that people can like get that childcare that they need. You could do that. It's a simple fix, right? But they don't do that. Rather than understanding that uh, like people want to take control of their child care and not be a burden on the state, which they always say people are. Once they've had those kids, well, why not provide them with contraception? Like, but then again, they'll be sluts, if they have condoms available. So like this party is not pro-life, right? It is pro-pregnancy. It's pro consequences to sex, but pro-life, not even slightly. Not even slightly.
And that's what really makes it interesting to me, right? And I think this kind of jumps off of what you were saying previously, Prime, about the Republican Party is aware of how unpopular their positions are. And I think especially following kind of the neutering of abortion rights in America, they've seen this backlash, and that has not worked out super well for them. And that backlash looks like it's going to be continuing past the midterms, both this year and beyond into 2024. And so what's been interesting is that Dan Kelly hasn't really been open as he was in the past about talking about how he is against abortion rights. And like in 2020, he was interviewed and he was like, "Oh, I don't want to talk about my stance on Roe v. Wade." And the only thing he would say throughout all of 2020 was that his past writings certainly carried a suggestion that he was anti-abortion. But interesting point to note is that he has been endorsed by Wisconsin Right to Life. So he's kind of trying to have his cake and eat it too. He's trying to masquerade as this impartial judge, while also, in order to that topic is too hot for me to handle, but also trying to tell like the Republican base, yeah, I'm actually against abortion. You can be cool with me, guys. It's very it's very sketchy and cowardly, in my opinion. He cannot own his own positions.
I mean, it's very much like Mike Pence. Oh gosh, what is that group even called? I think it's like Think of the Family or something like that. But he's also
Focus on the family.
Yes, thank you. Focus on the Family. He's part of those groups, and he doesn't really say a whole lot outwardly, but you know what he's up to.
Yeah. It seems like these judges tend to be a safe bet in terms of the investment that they receive from outside groups like conservative groups, like Wisconsin for Life, that they do their homework for these individuals. And um, when this, I was actually, because you beat me to it, like Judge uh for Judge I don't know how
Protasewicz.
Protasewicz. Thank you.
Yeah,
Sorry.
yeah, no worries. Everyone has trouble with their name.
Judge Janet. That's
Yeah.
what they're doing. Judge, I was gonna give it a try, and I failed
Yeah.
musically. Okay, Judge Janet. We'll do that instead. But she's been having ads, like near the end of this race, talking about her impartiality. And like I was like mulling that in my head. Like, what does that mean? Like I don't mind that uh, Kelly, Judge Dan Kelly,
Dan Kelly.
is pro anti-choice. I don't mind that he's anti-choice. That's that's his right. That can be his perspective. Um, I think everyone has a perspective. Unless you're like completely uneducated on a topic, and or a newborn here. You all have a perspective, and that's okay. But what I'm looking for in a judge is one that can say that, yeah, I have this perspective, but like I can look at the law and I can look at what's fair within this context of a specific court case and vote that way.
Mhm.
Like I am in favor generally of BLM, right?
Yeah.
And like the protests. But if I was a judge and there were some protesters who got arrested, right? And I get evidence of them looting a store, right? Well, that's not making anyone free, right? I'm
Yeah.
sorry. This is outside of the bounds of your First Amendment. So I'm going to put you in jail, right? Simple as that. This is what I'm looking for in a judge, and I'm not sensing this from Kelly, right?
Yeah.
Yeah, go
Yeah.
ahead.
Well, and the thing is, like, in the debate they had, Judge Janet, when asked about the gerrymandering, gave a very straightforward answer, which was, from the data she has seen and has been presented to her, like the districts in Wisconsin are unfairly drawn, and so if that case came before her, she would likely rule to have them redrawn, because that is the impartial way to look at that situation. I don't even think that that's necessarily like the left leaning position even. I gotta be honest, I've looked at like Judge Janet's positions. I don't think she's like, I don't think she's like this radical leftist or even like that much of like a super left leaning person personally. But it seems like a lot of the positions she has are arrived at by looking at the precedent and coming to conclusions based on the data she's presented, which is what I would want in a judge, right?
Yeah.
And I just find that I find it very interesting to just look at this case in kind of that context, because Dan Kelly in his like entire shtick throughout the election has been for like publicly presenting himself as this impartial judge, paying lip service to impartiality, but behind the scenes has been very clearly not doing that. And I think a really good example of that has been their positions on the concept of recusal, like recusing yourself from a case if you have a conflict of interest. And
Oh yes.
I didn't know this, but Wisconsin has no like judgely duty or like legal obligation to recuse oneself if there are conflicts of interest.
Neither does the
Um,
Supreme Court. The U.S. Supreme Court does not have that.
yeah, it's so
Gr-
weird.
and that explains all of Clarence Thomas and his wife
Yeah.
Ginny Thomas.
Yep.
That's so fucking frustrating. They don't even have a code of ethics, whereas state judges have the judicial canons they have to follow. You
Yeah.
know, and it's like it's not even an actual conflict of interest, but in a lot of cases, you know, even a perceived bias, you know, would be enough to have a judge recused. And I mean, that makes sense, right? Because, you know, and I think this is why it's so weird that this is a judicial election. I live in a state where judges are not elected, they're selected. I forget how at this moment, but I mean, you know, a judge is supposed to be an impartial, you know, an impartial person who's supposed to like look at a case, look at the facts presented, and make a decision based on that. But if you have somebody who's donated money to the judge or who is a really good friend of the judge or, you know, is a business partner of the judge, and the ruling could affect that party's interest as well as the judge's interest, then yeah, you'd maybe want to recuse yourself in that situation. So the fact that Judge Kelly is against recusal, even though there are obvious risks to something like that, and Judge Prasewicz, you know, Prasewicz is, you know, unequivocally for recusing herself. Like, again, it's not supposed to be something that's brave, politically speaking, but I mean, at this point, just because of how bad things are, like, you know, it's a brave stance in this race that, yes, a judge should recuse themselves if they might be biased.
Yeah, and there's like been some contention about Dan Kelly, and his state like his position on the state Supreme Court in Wisconsin prior to this. In like 2020, there was a case on like voting rights in the state, and he recused himself to essentially because he was going to be on the ballot for in 2020 to be on the state Supreme Court. And there have been some allegations that he recused himself, and then some organization provided him with money. And then I didn't even know you could do this, but he then unrecused himself.
I didn't know you could do that either.
Right? Right?
Like a Giga Chad. I'm joking, of course.
Now, of course, he did not. I believe he didn't ultimately rule on the case, and it was left kind of split 3-3. But like, the fact that that was kind of like the way it was going was he was unrecusing himself to try and rule on this case, because why would you unrecuse yourself to not rule on it? I don't exactly follow that logic there. But it's very as the kids say these days, sus. Okay. Also, Finn, you there? We lost your video.
Uh-oh, he's gone boomer. Hold on just a sec.
No. Oh no. Now we lost Kevin.
Now I am the boomer.
Okay.
Okay.
I'm sorry, Finn. I can't protect you.
There we go. We got Finn back.
I'm so sorry. We've had a wild windstorm start, and the dogs were stuck outside, and they were
no.
not happy about it. So I had to go.
Oh.
Okay.
But I'm back.
Yeah.
Save the puppies.
We were just
Save the
talking
puppy.
about like Judge Dan Kelly, when he was on the state Supreme Court, had recused himself from a case, and there are allegations that he like took money and then moved to unrecuse himself to try and rule on the case. It was very shady.
Yeah.
Yeah.
On top of that, he's trying to claim he hasn't received any direct funding from the state GOP, which, as far as I can tell, is just blatantly a lie. Because, like, literally in December of last year, he received $120,000 from the state Republican Party for his consulting work with them. Which
Ah, yes, consulting.
I feel like trying to say, whoa, I would never accept money from the state Republican Party, like 3 months after receiving 6 figures from them is a bit dishonest, to say the least.
Is this like a freaking game of Among Us or something? Like,
Kind
jeez.
of.
I
That's
mean,
going.
you gotta crawl through some vents to get that dark money. What do you gotta say?
Finn,
Yeah.
what were you gonna say?
Oh, I was just gonna say when y'all were talking about like the Republican Party like kind of realizing that their positions aren't favorable, and talking about just racism and everything and how all of these things tie in together. It had me going back to the way like white supremacy and whiteness adjusts itself to sort of perpetuate the illusion of being a majority based on what their needs are at the time. So they just adopt this idea of being a majority, and like the gerrymandering and just the way that the Republican Party functions. It's very, very, people should be very, very critical of any group that adjusts things to appear to be the majority, because it means that they know that they're failing, they know that they're not the popular position. So what they're going for is, if you can't beat them, join them, and you get that by just like beating people down, by thinking that you are basically in charge, so they might as well just surrender.
Yeah.
But it's all just all just smoke and mirrors.
No, and I think like it is a lot of smoke and mirrors and misdirection and kind of like, oh yeah, sure, I might be doing something my constituents don't like, but look over there, and like hyping up some kind of like manufactured threat. It seems to be kind of like a go-to playbook for these people.
Yeah.
And I'm again.
It's like the most recent shooting.
Oh god. Yeah, like it just seems like it's kind of to reinforce what Prime was saying earlier, like this happens a lot on the right, but like I think and it happens more on the conservative leaning sides, but don't think it happens as much on the left, though it certainly does happen. Unfortunately, it seems to be somewhat part and parcel with just how politics functions in like a two-party system at any rate. Let's see here. Let's do a little call to action, folks. If you are watching this stream, the entire point of doing this stream is to get you guys engaged and out to volunteer your time to make a difference in this election. And you can do that one of 2 ways, okay? Way number 1, you can use !Canvas in chat to get a link to sign up to Canvas in Wisconsin on April 2nd. There should be opportunities to meet Judge Janet if you show up in Wisconsin that day. So if you would like to meet the hopefully future state Supreme Court judge of Wisconsin, you can do so by volunteering on April 2nd. Use, again, !Canvas to get that done. And the other way is, if you can't make it out to Wisconsin, which I know not everyone can do, not everyone has the funds or the ability to make it out there, and you might be in another country, because I know we have international viewership. And if you're in another country, you cannot donate to political campaigns, but you can phone bank for them. So you can use !Phone Bank in chat to get a link to sign up to Phone Bank. And that means you will be calling people who are likely to vote for the more left-leaning judges, and you get to have conversations with them and basically remind them that this is actually super important and will have ramifications on their lives. So Those are the two things you can do, and they're super, super easy. Later tonight, we'll be talking with some canvassers, or I think just one canvasser, actually. And we'll be able to take some of your questions for them. So start thinking about it now. And if you guys have any questions, let us know in the chat, and we will make sure to ask them later. And
Yeah, because having done both canvassing and phone banking, both are incredibly important in getting the message out there and making your voice heard in this democratic process. So definitely do what Jack suggested. Get on out there any way you can, and you know that you are much appreciated by everyone else in this country, whether they know it or not.
Sure. And you know what? It's also a great way to make friends if you are feeling isolated and lonely. Getting out there to volunteer and canvas on the ground, great way to meet like-minded people, and also phone banking, great way to make some online friendos. So if you're looking to do that, just keep that in mind, okay?
Yeah, I've done phone banking in the past, and it was actually pretty satisfying, right? Like I put in quite a few hours doing that. This was for the Bernie campaign, and I mean, first of all, you just got to be ready for people to hang up on you. It's a thing that happens. Don't worry about it. It's not a big deal. Uh, and once it happens a few times, like it doesn't much matter. But when people do talk to you, right? It's an interesting time. Like you they'll give you like a script, right? So you're not like just like freeballing it. They'll give you a script, but from there, like you can talk to them. Like once you get the main points out, you can talk to them. You can give them your opinion as to why this person, right, in this case Judge Janet, should be in office, why they should go out and support. And people are interested, like if they're interested enough to not hang up on you immediately, they're interested in your opinion, right? They're the type of person, if they're conversing with you, who's very least curious, and it could just be extremely rewarding when someone goes, you know what, yeah, I think I will. Like give me that information again, right? When is the election? And when you like actually get a person to promise to get out there, that's fantastic. So give it a try. It's definitely an interesting experience. I'll say that.
Yeah. And one thing I would add is it's not like you are going to be calling just random people. Generally speaking, you will be calling voters who have been selected as likely voters or like somewhat likely voters. So they're not going to be like cussing you out generally for calling them. Like it's a situation where I feel like if you have like phone anxiety, this might be a perfect way to try and get over that. Because the stakes for you are rather low.
Yeah, I mean, not to mention you have people there who you can become friends with, who can guide you through this process because they've done it many times before. It's like there's not going to be. I'll put it to you this way: it's not a situation where you're going to be just left totally clueless throughout the whole thing. Some people can role play with you if you're kind of lost on how to maybe go about the conversation. There are people there who will support you, through kind words or through food if that's an option. So yeah, I mean, most definitely I agree with everything that everyone has said. And fantastic Mr. Fan, as somebody who may not necessarily be as well versed in this process as maybe the three of us, do you have any general questions maybe?
You guys have actually answered them already.
Oh, snap. Okay.
I was not overly. Yep, you were on it. I wasn't like overly familiar with the process of phone banking. I was trying to look into it beforehand so that I could be somewhat prepared, but did not get very clear explanations as to how it works. So thank you for that, because now I understand better.
Yeah.
Go ahead. You go first.
I was just gonna say, yeah, like I think a lot more people would be interested in phone banking or canvassing if they knew what to expect from it. Because I think a lot of people don't do it because it sounds like kind of like a scary or intimidating thing, when in reality you're just like, you're not walking up to just random people. You're going to like places where um the like research on the area has indicated that people are more likely to vote if someone reaches out to them, and like that makes it a whole lot easier to talk to folks. It also makes for some really thought-provoking conversations, is what I've heard from a lot of folks. And it just, a lot of people who've done it have a lot of fun doing it. So it's not like a burdensome activity exactly.
I mean, really, the time just flies by.
Yeah, so like I think it's interesting. Was it Finn? Was it?
Yeah.
Yeah, hi, yeah. You're saying that you don't have any experience, and you're like you're a bit unsure, right? So, I can describe my experience, and there might be a slightly different setup, for PV, but I think it's probably more or less the same in that like they have like a system, like this electronic system that you like on your browsers you could just sign into, right? So you're not using your own like phone minutes, right? Like if that's something that will bother you, like am I calling these people? Am I like giving out my number to these random individuals? No, you're not doing that. You call in, you sign in through a browser, and it again, of my experience, they have a uh, like that script, but like as you go down, right, and as people respond, you click a checkbox, and it tells like as to like what's happening. Right, so like, did this person immediately hang up? Okay, that's one thing, right? Or did they say it's the wrong number? Okay, click another option. And it goes down like in these branching paths. So like it literally just walks you through it. It just walks you through it. And it automatically dials the number. So like you could just use your setup from your computer, right? You got a mic, you got a headset, and you can contact people. So you're just not using your own minutes. You're not putting your own number out there. It automatically dials. So you're not sitting there hitting a bunch of numbers. And the script walks you through, right, until like at some point you do free conversation if the call requires that. And then you hang up, and then it auto dials, or you can pause it. So like you need to take a break, right? You can do that as well. So it makes it really flexible, super easy. It sounds a lot more intimidating than it is, but I would definitely suggest you give it a try.
That sounds like a really good way to get over phone anxiety.
Yeah.
And look, I can't speak for anyone, but I know that there are a lot of people in my audience who struggle with anxiety, and you know what? This is a perfect way to build your own confidence, and just kind of assert your own power and your own social power. Like that's, you got to get out there and work on it. And what? Oh, what you look at you, Dr. Jellyfish.
Well,
Doing
no,
any
it's
kind
just an example. Turn your anxiety into less anxiety.
Ah,
Adorable.
Anxiety.
Having done not like phone banking before, but just really any kind of like public outreach and connecting with people and encouraging people to get involved. It's also a really good way to combat your own doomerism. Like if you've been feeling really overwhelmed and feeling really, really shitty, because again, we've talked about how Republican attitudes they're not the norm. They're not the majority. You will connect with people who do agree with you, and it's really, really encouraging for you. I've talked to people before who are like, I'm really, burnt out. I'm not very politically motivated. I'm overwhelmed. I get really discouraged. And it's like talking to people is actually the best way to get over that, because you will find that most people agree with you, and that's one of the things that I love about doing that kind of work.
Yeah, and I think that it's interesting you bring that up, because I think part of our current political moment is rooted, I think, in a lot of people believing they don't have as much power as they actually do. And a lot of the a lot of the just being like, I'm not going to pay attention to it is rooted in a belief that they can't that people can't actually affect outcomes in these races. And I think that really if we want to like do better, if we want to kind of rid ourselves of that misconception, it takes an application. You know, we have to apply ourselves and put ourselves out there and see what actually happens, because I've been talking with political organizers for like the last year or so, right? And it turns out that generally speaking, if you can get like 25 dedicated volunteers or canvassers, either phone banking or on the ground, you can reach hundreds, possibly thousands of people, depending on how long that volunteering goes on. And that has the potential to turn out hundreds or thousands of people. And like, that is actually enough to make a difference in a lot of the races we've been seeing lately. In 2022, there were races that were separated by less than 100 votes. So like, you personally can get out there, and I guarantee you, if you spend your time phone banking or canvassing, you can personally reach and change the minds of, or at least make the difference in whether or not that person would go out and vote, whether or not you're changing their mind in a way that actually impacts elections and can actually make the difference.
Yeah. This idea of I think that's interesting because of like this kind of like disempowerment when everyone is looked at as a consumer.
Mm-hmm.
Where you just, rather than producing things, right? Like, you are supposed to buy things, right? You take what's given to you. In a world where we, you know, for most of us, we can't affect the things around us in like a big way. I mean, we can see problems within our communities, but like you can't individually make any decisions. But what you can do is actually, affect the democratic process. You can do this through a few ways. But like here, in terms of like elections, this is a perfect way to do so. Like it's empowering to go to someone's store and realize you just made a difference with this election, right? Like, whether win or lose, like, you just did that, right? Like, you had this conversation. This a person who might have been on the fence or might just needed more information, right? Maybe they were, because again, we're not going to random places. You're not just they're not just sending you down the block, right? I did that before as a door-to-door salesman. That's not so fun. They're not just sending you down the block. They're sending you to places that are high impact, right? Because your time is valuable. They consider your time to be valuable. And so to do that, they send you to likely voters. Some people just want information, right? Like, oh crap, yeah, the election is Tuesday. I forgot about that, right? And that
Yep.
person who wouldn't have otherwise showed up, who might have been frustrated otherwise because they missed it, you reminded them. Simple conversation, right? Those are the easiest. But then from there, there's the people who are, democratic leading, but like they don't really know much about this particular person. So just educate them, right? There's no reason to lie, right? If you believe in the candidate, there's no reason to lie.
Yeah.
Just give them like your opinions. Like, why are you voting for this person, right? Like, what do you find inspiring? Why are you taking? Or if you can't vote for them because you're like out of town, right? Just like, why did you leave your place, wherever it was, across the country to come over here? It's a great story, right? Let people know. Um, you could, and then there's the ones who are on the fence. You can push them over the fence, and then if you are like me, if you're a degenerate, they're the ones who might be combative. And and arguing with them can be fun, right? But not everyone will love that. But still, it's interesting, right? And it's a kinetic thing, rather than like our passive like intake of like politics, right?
Mm-hmm.
And once you're like watching TV, you might be educating yourself, like watching some sort of news channel, but like you're not affecting anything. But this, like in terms of canvassing, in terms of phone banking, right? Like it's a kinetic thing. You are taking action, and it gives you agency. And it sounds like a little thing, like a tiny thing if you've never done it before, right? But it feels like a big thing
Yeah.
when you've gotten a few of these under your belts, either doors or phone calls. It like I've done a thing, and it's a good thing, and I'm kind of proud of that thing. So,
Yeah. One of my chatters said you can't build the pyramids, but pyramids can be built, and I think that is a great way of kind of summarizing like what it is like, right? Like we can't individually like really do an entire election by ourselves, but by working together we can build a greater whole.
Hmm.
And yeah, every part of this matters. And it is also worth noting that you aren't necessarily changing the minds of just one person, because a lot of the research on this shows when you reach one person in a household, the other members of that household are also more likely to vote. And generally speaking, they are more likely to vote in line with the person you reached out to. Now, that isn't always the case, but like just on average, that is the case. So, by reaching one person, by kicking that one pebble, you might be getting several other people out to vote as well, and that can really add up.
It
I mean, because it could be a
great
positive
advance.
experience for everyone.
Exactly. I'm going to pull in Willow, who is joining us now. So here we go. Hello, hello. We got
Hello?
Willow in here.
Hello.
Hi.
Hi.
Beast.
If you would like, you can turn on your camera. There we go.
Hello.
Hey.
Nice to meet you.
Huzzah.
Thanks for joining us. Oh,
We can't hear you if you're talking to us.
Muted.
Sorry, no, I have push
There we
talk
go.
on. Happy to be here.
yeah. Thank you for joining us in the push to turn out for Wisconsin. Appreciate it. And Willow, why don't you introduce yourself? Where can people find you? What are you all about?
Hi, I'm Willow. I'm Willow, not backwards Willow. You can find me at twitch.tv/Willow. I am a trans streamer. I'm a queer streamer, and I just try to create a space where people can be themselves and ask themselves the hard questions, if necessary, about themselves and identity. That's mainly what I do.
Okay, awesome. Thank you for joining us.
Thank
so
you for inviting me.
yeah, no problem. We've been talking about the race in Wisconsin for the state Supreme Court. Currently, the state Supreme Court is divided 3-3 between conservative-leaning judges and left-leaning judges. And so that means whoever wins the current race between Judge Janet, who is the left-leaning one, and Judge Dan Kelly, who's the conservative-leaning one, will make the difference on whether or not Wisconsin has things like abortion rights, trans rights, and free and fair democracy. So it's
Some of those are important to me, like all of them. Yeah, I was lurking earlier. I was listening in. I was hearing about how yeah, Judge Kelly was it who did unrecuse himself because of donations from an independent organization.
Yeah, no, it's been just an absolute kind of shit show of an election. A lot of the ads that are being run are, trying to portray Dan Kelly as this impartial judge who is, going to just rule by the book and has absolutely no ideological leanings whatsoever, and that is just certifiably not true.
Works.
Just not true. Yeah, you can't just say a thing and make it so. Necessarily, he has literally said that he will not give his stance on abortion, though he has in the past, and that the text of Wisconsin's currently enacted 1849 abortion ban it is not clear enough, and so the state legislature needs to rule on it before he can have any opinion on it. And the state legislature in Wisconsin is very, very conservative.
So very convenient for him.
Yeah, very, very much so.
Anybody who claims that they do not bring in their own ideological bias on anything is just ignoring the brain and how it works and how people work.
Well, yeah, they're a liar.
That too, yeah.
Well,
or that
I can say
explicitly.
this as I can say this as a legal professional. You're a liar if you say you're impartial
yeah,
without
why,
acknowledging biases.
it does really seem odd, right? Like, I understand like the importance of maintaining the appearance of impartiality and like trying to be impartial in our legal system, but it does I feel like as a general rule of thumb, if any politician or media figure is trying to like comes out to you and says I am impartial and objective, that should immediately raise a red flag for you. Especially if it is something that is repeated often. I just, generally speaking, human beings are not capable of being without bias.
The key to having at least some control over bias is acknowledging that it exists in the first place, and
Yeah.
anyone who doesn't do that should not be trusted.
Yeah, kind of the first step to fixing a problem is acknowledging that it exists. Exactly. If you can't even do that, how can you address any bias that you may have now or in the future? Excellent point. I'm just trying to look here at some of the information we have on Dan Kelly is just really
It's disturbing.
It's weaselly is what it is. You know, like it's disturbing and weaselly and just like I do like sometimes I ideologically disagree with politicians, but I don't like super dislike them, you know? Like in Dan Kelly's case, I just find him weaselly and like irritating in the extreme. Here's a quote from WKOW in Wisconsin from late last year when they tried to talk to Dan Kelly about abortion, right? And this is just a direct quote. As for the key issues facing the High Court, Kelly declined to offer his views on the state's abortion ban, saying it could lead to perceptions he approached a case with a predetermined opinion. The 1849 ban makes it a felony to provide an abortion. It only provides exceptions for when a mother's health was at risk. Critics have said the exception language is too vague and puts strain on doctors to decide what defines someone's health being at risk. Kelly said if a law wasn't clear enough, only lawmakers could fix that problem. If there's a concern about what a law prescribes or proscribes, the proper response is to go to the legislature and say, hey, this law is problematic for these reasons. You need to change this, Kelly said. If they don't, that does not give the power over the court to act in their place. It simply doesn't. Which is perfectly in line with his older stances on abortion, which were essentially that Roe v. Wade overstepped its bounds and became like made laws instead of like ruled on laws. And it's also disturbing because when he says the law needs to go back to the state legislature for revisions on the lacking of clarity in the language, generally, and I feel like it's fair to come to this conclusion, what he is saying is the state legislature needs to remove this exception. I from what we've seen in other states that have passed this, I feel like the conclusion here is that he wants a much simpler law that just outright bans abortion.
I mean, that's what it seems like, because at the end of the day, it's all fair and good if you say, oh, well, I as a judge only interpret the Constitution. The legislature are the ones that make the laws. But then you look at the record of some of these people, and again, I'll bring up the Supreme Court justices, Thomas, Alito, etc., as examples where they said the same thing and they bemoan judicial activism and say, no, this is settled law. This is for the legislatures to determine. But then they turn around and the first thing they do is legislate from the bench and ban abortion. It's the same thing that we see here with Kelly. Like, basically when he says that, again, he's playing the impartial judge to basically pull the wool over your eyes and make it blatantly clear that he intends on doing exactly what any other conservative that's been elected to the bench will do if given the opportunity.
Yeah. Okay. Let me see.
So,
Go for it.
I'm not sure if you guys discussed it previously, and maybe you have. Oh, actually, Sam is here. Maybe bring him in, and then
Yeah.
he might want to say something first.
Yeah, I was gonna bring him in after your point.
Yeah. It was gonna be a long thing. So.
Oh, okay. I'll just bring him in then.
Yeah.
Hey, Sam.
Hey, how's everybody doing?
Doing great. Sam is part of Progressive Victory, the organization that helped make this event possible. So welcome, Sam.
Thank you.
And if you'd like to introduce yourself better than I just did, go for it.
Sure, yeah, and it's really, really great to be here, and I really want to thank all the streamers who decided to join forces for this. This is really exciting. So my name is Sam. I'm the project director is my technical title here at Progressive Victory, but basically I'm just someone who's trying to find resources for the community and wants to find resources for political streamers and their audiences just in general. And my background is in politics. I'm a political professional, and I've been working as one for about 20 years now. Background is in digital media overall, but I've just been dipping my toe into the streaming space for the last couple of years and find it really exciting. I think you all and your audiences are like, it's like the next thing that we need to make sure to integrate into our political world, and you all are doing exactly the right thing by giving your audiences ways to actually get engaged in a significant way. And this election can't be a better choice of a way to get involved because there's so much at stake, and it's so easy to miss this one because it's not in the news all the time.
Yeah. Can you tell us a little bit more about Progressive Victory, like how it came to be, all that stuff? Because I just want to make it clear to people that like this isn't like my personal pet project or any other one streamer's like project. This is a collective effort, and
Yeah, well, so this effort that we're working on right now in Wisconsin is in fact also a coalition operation. It's Progressive Victory and then an ally organization called Progress Libs. And lately we've actually got Brianna Wu and her Rebellion Pack also involved to help. And it's a really exciting group of people who are organizing on the ground. And Progressive Victory, like these other organizations, is like a digital first political organization. We have partnered with streamers and influencers to build to give the streamers and their influencers and their audiences a way to get involved in a significant way in doing actual politics. And so we form these long-term coalition partnerships with influencers who want to get their audiences involved, and then provide repeated opportunities for those audience members to engage if they want. And so far, we've spent a lot of our time doing electoral voter contact. So we're talking calling voters, texting voters, and knocking doors. And the reason why we focused on that is because it's something that is often overlooked, but is a super, super effective way to actually win elections. It wins elections way more often than people give it credit for. It's not the flashiest thing, but it's super, super important. And unless it's done well, you're gonna lose, even if you have the best ad campaign in the world. And on top of that, this is my observation, but I feel like a lot of people today, especially young people, are feeling really isolated and like they've been surrounded by this doomer culture for such a long time that says that everything's falling apart and there's nothing we can do about it. And what I found for myself, I mean, I was a misanthropic young person at one point, and what I found for myself is that knocking those doors and getting involved and actually talking to people, the real people in politics, the people who are actually making the decisions, the voters, is really empowering, and it gives you a better understanding that these people are not idiots, they're not misguided, they're not fools, they're not your enemy. They are our fellow citizens, and that nothing is screwed up. I mean, everything is screwed up, but nothing is screwed to the point that it's not repairable. And in fact, every time we take an action, it's just one more step toward repairing those institutions. And on top of that, if you're ever struggling with or feel like you're struggling with loneliness, or if you feel like you just are having trouble with social situations, having conversations over and over with people when you knock on their door may seem scary, but it's a really, really good way to hone your social skills and get really good at making new friends and connecting with people, because that's what this is all about.
I
Um,
wanna.
oh, yeah.
Oh, you go.
No, I
You
was
wanna
just I just wanted to offer y'all the opportunity to ask Sam any questions you might
Well,
have.
one more thing. So I just on the heels of my my hot little speech there. If you want to get involved right now after hearing what I said, you can exclamation point Canvas in the chat, exclamation point phone bank. If you're in the Wisconsin area, exclamation point Canvas will get you involved, or if you can get there this weekend. If you can't get to Wisconsin, which maybe a lot of you can't, exclamation point phone bank will get you involved. So thanks to everybody who's considering jumping into this to the fray, and looking forward to talking more with you all and with the streamers here. So hey streamers, thanks for indulging me a little bit of introduction there.
Hey, yeah.
Yo,
I wanted to jump on that point you were talking about the effectiveness of of canvassing and phone banking, right? And then comparing that to ads, right? I think ads are really good of raising public awareness, like this person exists, right? But it less for motivating people, well, positively motivating them to vote for someone, maybe negatively motivating them to vote against someone. They're good for that as well. But I have a friend who she was a political consultant, and she's been in the senior campaign teams, I believe, of different people who run for office. Um, and she absolutely swears by canvassing, right? She from a person who had years of experience. She's told me what do you got to do? You got to get people out there on the streets. You got to get people talking. That drives activity. That drives interest. It drives when people it. It means something to someone if they are talking to a person who comes to their door who's passionate about a candidate, um who's educated on the issues, right? And they have a conversation, just a regular human conversation with them, and then they say, okay, I'm gonna go vote, right? That's different from promising yourself, oh, I mean, I guess I'll go. I mean, yeah, I mean, unless it's rainy, well, then maybe that might be too much. But if you say to a person who's come to your door, you've had this interesting conversation with them, that you are going to go vote, you're more likely to do it, right? It gets people out there. It is so incredibly effective. And my friend, she was saying there's no replacement. There's literally
Yeah.
no replacement for it. And phone banking as well does a great amount of effort there. When people can hear another human rather than an ad, a TV ad is not it has human sounds coming out of it, but it's not a human, and people don't respect it that way, right? People don't engage with it in the same way, right? Again, you're just passively taking in, but that again, that kinetic activity of you yourself talking to someone and then another person like engaging with you, like that is like irreplaceable so far, right? AI so far hasn't replaced the part. Like so, um, if you are considering this, this is not a waste of your time, right? If you believe in Judge Janet, right, or other candidates that come down the pike, this is not a waste of your time. You are actually doing the most effective thing to drive traffic.
Yeah, your Prime, your friend is right, and you are right. And I'll just give a little bit of insight into how budgetary decisions are made. To sort of shed a little context on that. It's true that ads are important in the mix because if you are totally dark and your opponent is on the air, you're gonna get outspent and it's gonna have a really hard time winning. But if you don't have a ground game to match, you're not gonna win either. And ads take on an outsized importance in the budget and in the focus of the public because number one, it's the most expensive line item in the budget, and number two, the most successful consultants gravitate there because that's where the money can be made. It's very similar to how like the dynamic in the pharmaceutical industry where like certain problems are just never going to get solved because there's no money in making the drug, but other problems are going to that are like a lot less important to society and to most people who need medical attention will get a lot of attention and investment because you can make a lot of money producing that drug. And it's very similar to how ads are in the campaign space where they just get a lot of attention because because the consultants can make a lot of money running the ads and producing the ads.
Mm-hmm.
But because of the lack of attention paid internally on campaigns to phone banking and to canvassing and any type of voter contact does not mean that it's not important. It's actually more important than a lot of campaign professionals realize, and actually campaigns who really integrate a very strong group of volunteers into their campaign can surprise to the upside. And you can look at any number of campaigns over the last, there are a lot of campaign upsets we all know and love that we love to talk about. And they happened because volunteers were actually empowered to do real work, and it took the professionals by surprise.
Yeah, AOC had like a massive ground game, and it made it like against a political juggernaut, even though you may not have known his name. But he was a political juggernaut that she took down. I can't remember his name now either, but screw him.
Joe Crowley.
Yep.
Yeah, yeah, Crowley. Yeah, indeed. Yeah. So, but that guy might be speaker or next to be speaker of the House on the Democratic side, like now, right? Like we're what's his face? The guy who's took Nancy Pelosi's spot.
Hakeem Jeffries.
Yep.
Hakeem Jeffries. I'm sorry, I'm blanking on names, but like Hakeem Jeffries, right? Like he's in the spot that Nancy Pelosi, once took, but Crowley, right? He was the one everyone's saying he's going to replace him. That's how important he was, right?
That's correct.
That's how.
That's correct.
That's how big he was, exactly, right? But AOC, who was a nobody previously, took him down. How? Ground game is part of it. Absolutely, it's a big part. When you can just have an army of people who are passionate, who knock on these doors, and people was another thing because remember that was in the context of a Democratic primary, right? Like there are people who have never been contacted, right? Who have never actually physically interacted with someone from any campaign, right? And it means a lot when someone just shows up. Right? Like
it makes it real. like
Yeah.
so many people don't like it. This is abstract, right? For a lot of like the uncontacted normies out there, like to them it's almost like a football game. It's just
Right.
just something to watch on TV.
That's how
It's
it's
not
covered.
real.
That's how it's covered by the press, and so it really cuts through the BS of the press when someone comes and talks to you about what's important. And so we've been talking about how great this is. Again, I'm going to make the ask: if you want to get involved because you know how effective this is, we've been talking about this. ! Canvas! ! Phone bank in the chat right now. Thanks, y'all.
Yeah.
On top of that,
and-
like one of the things that I noticed as a voter down here in the South, which is a common course of action for more conservative areas is that oftentimes people will just vote a straight ticket. Like a lot of conservative people will just vote a straight Republican ticket, not because they're informed, not because they care about the politics, but it's just because what they've always done. It's what their daddy did. It's what his daddy did. And it becomes almost just a fact of tradition. So talking to people helps kind of break that and helps concretize what this is, make it less abstract.
Like, 'cause a lot of people don't educate themselves on these topics, and generally speaking, from a canvassing standpoint, that's exactly what this endeavor is. And so, I actually had a question for you. When you had been canvassing down up there in Wisconsin, and you had been speaking with the voters, who would be showing up in this effort, what exactly I guess what exactly have you been discussing with them? Like, what policy points come up the most?
Hmm. Yeah, so just to be clear, I haven't actually been up. It's Progressive Victory members. I'm just the hype man,
Yeah,
but there are
well,
Progressive Victory members in Wisconsin and elsewhere.
in about 15 minutes, we'll have a canvasser on.
Derp, I jumped the gun. My bad.
That's okay. I mean, I can tell you what I've been hearing about this race and why it's so important. But I can't really talk about what's been happening on the ground with any specificity myself.
No, please do. Feel free to, like, for you, since a lot of us have spoken about issues that we're familiar with during this stream, what issues are the most urgent and what policies are the most important in your mind in this race?
Yeah, well, I mentioned healthcare before, and reproductive care is like right up there, man. I mean, you already. I heard you. I was listening to the stream a little bit before I jumped in, and I heard you talking about the importance of reproductive care and just how crazy this guy is. Whatever his name is, Dan Kelly. So that's right up there. And then just also just like democracy. I mean, I don't think people realize just how close Wisconsin was to just overturning the election results in 2020. It was one Supreme Court vote away. This is the vote. This is the swing vote to overturn the 2024 election results if Joe Biden or if another Democrat wins the nomination. But I assume it's going to be Joe Biden. So if Joe Biden runs again and wins the election, it could be overturned in Wisconsin if this race doesn't go the way that we hope. And like I a lot of Progressive Victory members I know and talk to want to work in primaries to elect specific Democrats that they find that they're passionate about. In the general, we all agree that it's important to support the candidates who are going to hold back the tide of fascism in America. But the like that this election right here is going to set the playing field by which the bounds of what's possible in 2024 are actually going to be at play here.
Yeah. Like it really is. I think we should also reiterate that when they were trying to overturn the 2020 election results, I think conservatives learned a lot. And if there is another attempt to do that in 2024, I don't think they'll be making the same mistakes, and it'd be much better to have an extra judge on the Wisconsin State Supreme Court that is just vocally in favor of democracy.
The Republicans are currently engaged in a purge of anybody in the party who actually believes in upholding the institution of elections. So
yeah,
that's what's going on.
Yeah, I think. I'm sorry. Was someone else going to speak?
I did want to just throw it over to Finn real quick. If Finn has any questions, because I know you got to run soon.
I've been like so boring this stream because every time you guys are like, "Oh, so do you have anything to add?" I'm like, "Nope, just listening."
Well, what are you thinking about?
You're the wonderful himbo.
That is true. That is true. I'm just here to kind of serve as the audience. I didn't know that Wisconsin was such an important swing vote though. That is very, very like, I mean, I was already very much on board and like, wow, this is incredibly important and people need to like show up for this. But that is, yeah, adds another level to it for sure.
Yeah, I mean, what questions do you think your audience members, since you're sort of a stand-in for the audience here, what questions do you think your audience members have, or what do you think they're thinking about right now?
Well, for me, like as a Canadian, and I know we've already kind of talked about just a lot of the things that that I would have brought up, like just, you know, getting motivated, feeling like you're actually involved, the fact that particularly in the United States, but in Canada as well to a lesser extent, there's this framing of politics as more team sports than something that we are all directly involved with, that we can actually do things about, that we should have a say in, that we have sway over. So I appreciated that being brought up. My biggest question was, of course, like going to be just about the process of phone banking, but Prime like answered all the questions there, like what that would look like if you're somebody who lives outside of the United States, how you can actually get involved with this kind of thing. So yeah, I don't think I necessarily have any questions, but I do want to state, as someone who is not a US citizen and is kind of like existing outside of this, this does deeply impact us. This impacts the rest of the world. This impacts the people who live in the United States that we care about. So like, on a very selfish level, you should do something if you are able, because, you know, you are not completely separate from this. This will have an effect on your life. But from a more involved standpoint, given that I'm sure pretty much everyone listening in skews to the left, this is a really, really good way to like show your support for other human beings, to show the fact that you are willing to put the time aside to get involved with this kind of thing. And yeah, I think that's it. I think that's the addition from me.
Well, yeah, and I think often there are a lot of people who are looking, who are not U.S. citizens and who are looking in on U.S. races and feeling kind of powerless, right? Because there is this idea that, like, you can't really do anything, and the United States is kind of this world superpower, and like what's going on internally in the United States like has ramifications for everyone else on the planet. And so it is just worth noting that like you cannot like foreign citizens cannot donate to campaigns or receive compensation. But you can volunteer to canvass on the ground. You can volunteer your time to phone bank. So if you would like to get involved and like hopefully move the United States in a more positive direction, you absolutely can.
We're seeing the attitudes up here as well. This whole idea of the illusion of majority that the Republicans are really leaning into, it has been huge in pushing an alt-right movement up in Canada. Like, huge. They are literally flying American flags, and I mean specifically they love the Confederate flag. You know, you're kind of a next level loser when you are like so racist that you celebrate someone else's lost war. But anyway,
Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh,
a
God.
lot of that up here.
I think that's interesting. As a American, like I had not known that about Canada until like I had started streaming and talking to Canadians. But that's interesting that they take on other people's symbols, right? I mean, I guess to me, to some extent, we do that here in terms of some people like taking on like the swastika, right? You know, the loser side. But like this, in the way that they follow American politics, and like how like Trump becomes an avatar for them, even though they can't vote for him or anything, but that becomes a big focus, like taking up the MAGA spirit in Canada. I think it's actually pretty fascinating. And so, but and so what that says, right? And this is true not just from Canada, but from other countries as well. And the way they look at American politics and how that tends to be a focus, even from a distance, right? Like then what happens here actually matters other places too. So like if Donald Trump had not won, then that wouldn't be there. Like you wouldn't see that. You wouldn't that conservative like magnet wouldn't be around, right? So like if you are from another country and are considering helping out, we'd love your help as well. It will make your own country less terrible.
And also, sorry, sorry that we're doing this to you.
Yeah. Sorry. Oh, also
Yeah.
apologize. Yes.
Yeah.
Well,
I'm pretty sure that's
seriously.
our word. You can't really just like
Oh,
throw that one around.
so-
That's a Canadian phrase. Sorry.
I'll pronounce it correctly. Sorry.
You just
I
came
was
for
about to
all of
say.
us.
I'm Minnesotan. We get it. We get it. You've exported it down here with the maple syrup. It's
And what we give them back is Trump.
Yeah, sorry.
so-
sorry.
I mean,
Sorry
really,
about that.
whatever we don't steal, we export. So, that's kind of the American way.
Hey,
You
our
came
number
for
one
your stories.
number one exports apparently Confederate flags and racism.
Yeah.
I
Sorry.
mean, to be fair, there's plenty of that up here as well. The thing about it, about like these like alt-right people up here stealing the Confederate flag and like flying that one, is that they already had a flag that symbolizes a lot of racism and genocide and colonialism. It's 2 red bars and a maple leaf in the middle. So
Oh boy.
Damn.
I'm gonna get controversial right
Oh.
before I leave. Like I'm just gonna, and then, bye, have fun, have fun with that. I'll just piss people off. And go.
Hot take. Oh man.
Just start burning a Canadian flag in the background as you wave out the door.
Really thought you were gonna say the British flag, but
That one's up there too.
Yeah.
we got a lot of options, honestly, in North America.
I mean, look, it's your God-given right, at least here in the U.S., to burn flags as political expression. So you burn whatever flag you see fit.
I wanted to what I was going to say before, well, one of the things I was going to say before, is about like how politics oftentimes again seems so big, because oftentimes we're looking at it at the federal level, right? Where things are the most immovable, but it gets the most attention, and for good reason. But that means we overlook things like state politics. We overlook the legislator, the governor. The governor maybe less so, because that's a singular person. It's easier to focus on that. But certainly the legislator, and definitely the courts. Let me tell you something. Conservatives don't overlook the courts. Like you, maybe a liberal-leaning person out there in the audience, you may not have put much thought into the courts, but our conservative friends absolutely have, and to great effect. And like understanding that, like, it's not just the Supreme Court. I mean, that's again a big flashy one, but these state races have such a great impact when you have elections decided by 1 or 2 states, right? And it's your state that's on the precipice, and there are going to be votes challenged, right? Then where does that go through? It goes to the courts. It goes to the courts. It goes to that state Supreme Court, and then all of a sudden you're going to really care as to who's sitting there. But by then it's
Like
too
Bush
late.
v. Gore.
Exactly. Oh, Bush v. Gore. I mean, that's another thing. Yeah. Right. But even like when we're talking about like outside of the context of an election itself, all these these significant cases that go by that don't get the amount of publicity that a federal election does, that doesn't like that won't maybe be in the history books, but still have a massive effect. If you have a case comes through about the gerrymandering that's happening in Wisconsin, and the gerrymandering is upheld, right? That won't be in the history books. It's not, but its effects will be, right, in terms of determining the next president, right? So like these little flashpoints that happen, they happen all the time within states, and they are fought by individuals who themselves, they're just private citizens trying to move the needle, but they're doing amazing work, and it adds up, and it changes history. Like I feel like that sounds like hyperbole, but it really isn't. Like there are crucial points within local elections, within state elections, that add up to something big later on down the line within the federal elections, and then like history making. Like
Yeah.
who is the president? I was going to curse.
So I know Finn, you had to get running at about 3 minutes. Do you wanna close out and talk about where people can find your stuff and all that jazz?
Yeah, for sure. I appreciate what you were just saying there, Prime, a lot. The people in power making all the decisions on behalf of everyone else are going to continue to do so as long as people are apathetic to the decisions that they're making. And like so important to remember that. But me, yes. So folks can find me on YouTube. Channel name is Swolesome, but I should pop up if you search Fantastic Mr. Fox as well. Don't talk politics as much, but it does get in there because it is incredibly relevant to the things I do talk about. So it was awesome being on here. Thank you all so much for hosting me.
Yeah, no problem. Hopefully we can
Great
do
to meet
this
you.
again sometime.
Yeah. Yes, please. All right.
See ya.
Bye, everybody.
Right.
Uh,
I just to add on to just quickly onto Prime's point here. So just as an illustration of what you're talking about, just if you look at the size of the budgets, the federal government, if you look at federal budget, state budgets, and municipal budgets, federal budget is the smallest, state budgets are larger, and an order of magnitude larger than both is municipal budgets if you take it in aggregate. So there's a lot more decisions that get made at the municipal level than you'd think.
well, and
Yeah.
that Prime, your spiel there like reminded me of a story from a few months ago about like a county commissioner who was elected and was basically offering the senior center as a place to temporarily house homeless people during like cold snaps.
Oh.
And there was a somewhat viral video going around of like him basically taking questions from the community and defending this decision because like they wouldn't be there during the times that the senior center was open, and it would literally prevent them from freezing to death on the streets. And electing that one guy literally made the difference between like 40 or 50 people in that community. Like it meant life or death for them. And so we shouldn't be overlooking like local and state elections, which we often do, because they have huge ramifications for the people who live closest to you.
Well, I mean, seriously, because I had been in canvassing efforts and phone banking efforts a while ago, and this was for a trans equality campaign in the city I was living in. And the really important thing about that is, we were spreading awareness to basically, demystify the concept of what trans people were and who they are as people, and just educate the general public. And how that ended up benefiting the community is that, the pro-equality candidates would essentially influence the updating of the human rights ordinances to not only protect, people on the basis of race or sexual orientation, but also gender identity when it came to housing discrimination or job discrimination or things like that. So you don't realize how important or consequential just one person being elected could be until you participate in one of these local campaigns to get something like that done.
Yeah. Speaking of local campaigns, we're going to pull in Pondering Politics here so that we can ask questions about the brain fart there, about the canvassing process in Wisconsin. So I'm gonna pull him down here. I can't actually pull him in. Sam, could you pull him in?
I got it.
Okay. I guess I only have that permission for one voice channel. There we go.
Hey,
going on?
Hello.
Josiah.
It's the king himself.
Oh.
Goodbye. That was the king himself.
Yep.
That's definitely Discord, like because it puts that like join this channel, and you're like,
Yeah.
oh, I have to join that channel. But that's the last channel you're in.
Sorry about
Yeah.
that.
Oh yeah, I've done that
Button.
before.
Yeah.
There we go.
Hey, good to see you again.
Hey, thanks, Sam. How is everybody?
Great.
I'm doing great.
Yes. Very good.
Well, wait,
So-
do we have a Canuck here? A Canuck? A Canadian?
No, we purged them. So
We
Oh.
did. I'm actually in the South. I just wanted to wear a red shirt, and I got this when I visited my ex-girlfriend.
Okay.
Oh, okay. I was about to say I know this. I know this race is a big deal. I didn't realize it was going to our northernly neighbors.
Well, you also just missed an actual Canadian that we had on.
really?
Yeah, we actually have had a Canadian on so far.
Gotcha.
Um,
What has Prime Minister Trudeau said about this this very important race in Wisconsin? Has
Uh,
he weighed in at all?
he's really kind of pursuing a campaign of silence right now.
Gotcha.
It's
Gotcha.
you know he's
Stonewalling.
treating it like some of his costumes from years past.
Nice.
Yeah, the only thing that-
ouch. Oh, I didn't catch the reference immediately, but now, oh yeah, yeah.
The only thing Mr. Trudeau did reference, though, is that people outside of the United States cannot donate to this effort, but they can help by phone banking.
Yep.
So, phone bank in the chat to do just that.
Do you know,
I found
just
the
as a
opportunity and I
sidebar,
took it.
that was a great plug, but as a sidebar, do you know what they call a Canadian's first priority? It's priority A.
Thanks, Dad.
Beautiful.
Whatever.
Beautiful.
I stand by that. I'll leave now. Sorry about that, guys. Yeah.
Okay, thanks for the invite, guys. Later.
Aw.
Aw.
Now you know how to clear people out.
But pondering politics, can you introduce yourself?
Yeah.
Where can people
Thank
find
you.
you?
So-
All that stuff.
Absolutely. So my name is Josiah. I have a YouTube channel called Pondering Politics, where basically I rant about Republicans and conservatives nonstop. I am firmly anti-Republican more than I am pro anything. I consider myself progressive, but I think the Republican Party is the single greatest threat to the progress of not only the United States but also the planet writ large, and we have to get them out of power. I used to go by Ruminate. That's what I am on Twitter. I guess you consider me a destiny orbiter. I'm trying to be the little progressive angel on his shoulder to keep him as left as we possibly can get him. And I've been affiliated with Progress Libs through Maya, aka Femboy Maths, and we work together in North Carolina, where we both live. And she asked me to come out and help in Milwaukee, and so I did that about 2 weeks ago. Froze my ass off, but I loved it. Had a good time, and yeah, that's me.
All right. Well, you're basically here so we can pick your brains on like how things went in Wisconsin, like what seemed to be people's like priorities, your canvassing experience, all of that. Because we talked a bit earlier about how one of the things that seems to be keeping a lot of people from doing phone banking or canvassing is just really not knowing what to expect from the entire experience. So, thank you very
Look,
much for
talking to
coming
people
on.
on the phone's scary. Talking to people in person, even more so.
Yeah, true.
Well,
I
it's
get it.
actually it's interesting you say that, because actually personally I have the exact opposite like impression myself. So like I struggle when there's not either like a face to face, like some sort of like you can read body language, establish rapport, look somebody in the eye. Because it's all coming down like just your voice, and if you catch it, and somebody I think is more likely I feel to be abrupt or rude with you, yeah, unless you're in person. I'll tell you from my experience canvassing in North Carolina and in Milwaukee for this particular race, knock on wood, I did not have one rude or negative encounter during the 3 days that we were canvassing. As a matter of fact, the most memorable encounter that I had, which was positive, was with it was the final day. It was the day after we did our first stream, Riverboat Jack. I think it was on a Saturday night, so we canvassed Sunday before I flew home. And the most positive encounter I had was with a conservative. So we get a curated list on this app called Minivan, and so the problem with Wisconsin, I guess I wouldn't call it the problem, but we don't have, it's not a partisan election, and you can't affiliate with a particular party when you register to vote. So unlike a lot of other states, it's really hard to get curated lists, but we try because our goal is to maximize Democratic voter turnout, not so much to persuade Republicans to vote for Democrats or even moderates. It's basically to try to maximize the people who are most likely to vote Democrat. It's hard to get a curated list for that. But we did get a list, and one of the doors I was knocking on, the person was supposedly a Democrat. Knock on the door, her husband answered, and long story short, I said, hey, I gave the spiel, we're just going around canvassing, reminding people about this extremely important Supreme Court race. And the guy said, yeah, I know. I can't wait to vote for Judge Kelly. And it just took me off guard. I was like, okay. And he saw in my hand that I had the Judge Protasewicz thing, and I'm just kind of like, just kind of sliding it by my back. And so we had a really great conversation. We laughed. He was like, listen, I really don't like her, but my wife is as far left as I am far right. If she were here, I'd let her talk to you. And we had a really good conversation. I said, so it's a divided house? And he goes, yeah. And I said, so it must make for a really interesting home life. And he goes, there are a lot of heated arguments. And I said, well, because it's your wife, I feel like you have to lose no matter what. And he goes, yeah, no matter what the situation is, I still lose. And so we shook hands and wished each other the best, but not really. We were both like politely, hope your candidate loses. And that was it. It was the longest conversation that I had, and it was really, really positive.
Yeah, that's wonderful. Because I think a lot of people are afraid of like encountering someone who's gonna be like, oh, like why I oughta like, and I don't think that, from what I've heard from canvassers, that is extraordinarily uncommon.
Yeah, I have to imagine. I mean, I didn't hear, when the weekend that I was in Milwaukee canvassing with Progress Lives and Progressive Victory, I didn't hear a single encounter to that effect. You got to remember that. So like, you got to adjust your expectations. I feel like most people who canvass, I think, are under the impression that everybody will answer the door. It's very rare. It's like 25 to 30% of people actually answer the door. Think about it. Would you answer the door if somebody knocks? I mean, we're all like an antisocial society these days. So very few people will answer the door, number one. Number two, most people are pretty polite. Now, again, I feel like you got to read the room, right? You got to read body language. If they're like sliding their way back into the house, that's your cue to, move on and disengage. But I did not hear a single person come back and say, you know what, I got a heated exchange, or I got threatened, or, somebody used profanity at me. It was all really positive.
Yeah, I think that's what you had said previously about people being kinder when face to face. I guess, I mean, I've been saying that more or less for a long time. Like my views on Twitter are well known to people who have been in my audience. But like, that's the place where people get to go and complain and be as rude as possible, because they are at least semi-anonymous in that space. But like, the closer you get to like a human conversation, like away from text to, well, a phone conversation where you're hearing someone and they're being polite to you, right? It makes it harder to be rude to them. Not impossible, but harder to do so. And then when you're face to face, and this person who doesn't seem to mean you any harm, but just might disagree with you, as they are, well, okay, well, why do you disagree? Why do you hold those positions, right? You can have these conversations. It doesn't necessarily have to be like a debate, but just an exchange of ideas in a human moment. Because, like, as humans, who live out in the world, we encounter people who disagree with us all the time. And most of those times, the vast majority of those times, like, don't end with people like cursing each other out and like getting into a physical altercation or something, which is what a lot of people, I'm sure, are afraid of when it comes to canvassing. It's just like, oh, okay, well, you disagree. This is my position, and then we'll just go on and live our lives. But more often than not, then especially because you are like campaigns want to use targeted lists to again not waste your time because as I said previously, they consider your time to be valuable, right? Each individual person. What do you want them or like going down a Republican neighborhood, right? And like you're not gonna make much progress there. So they want you to have as much success as possible. So they send you to places where you're most likely to have that level of success. And yeah, those people either maybe they might be busy, so they'll do that sliding thing that he was talking about, right? Doesn't happen to be a good time. But oftentimes, like yeah, they're when they do answer, they're willing to have a conversation. They're willing to talk,
Sure.
and it's a pleasant thing.
Yeah, I think you hit the nail on the head. The idea that both the local Democratic chapter and then the canvassing group that you're dealing with, both of these organizations are trying to set you up for success. Like you said, your time and your resources are finite. And I mean, just bluntly speaking, the last thing we want to do is remind Republicans that the election's coming. You know what I mean? Like the last thing we'd want to do is go down like a predominantly Republican neighborhood and be like, hey, get out and vote. Just kidding. Don't do that. No. So yeah, they're definitely trying to set you up for success. It's not neutral terrain. They're doing everything in their power to make it as favorable for you as possible. So
Yeah, one of the
You know,
oh, sorry, just real quick. One of the
Yeah.
political organizing folks in my community wrote, "No Republican is going to shoot a shotgun out their door at you if you used to worry about that, like me." And I think a lot of people go into it canvassing actually kind of worried that that is going to happen. So just to reinforce that that is not going to happen.
sure, and not only that, but the other thing, I mean, you got to use your intuition, right? If for whatever reason you feel hella uncomfortable approaching a particular door, like it looks like something out of a Stephen King movie, you're looking at the house in it or whatever, and you like it's not like you're gonna be flogged or punished if like Maya is not gonna freak out if you get a vibe like beware of dogs or whatever. Like it gives you the vibe that you don't feel safe. Your safety is the most important thing. You just
Yeah.
move on.
Trespassers will be shot. Okay, well,
Right.
not this one.
Right.
Well, the
Right.
phone bankers will get that one, but like,
That's right.
yeah.
Yeah, and I mean, I think that raises an important point, and that's something I wanted to ask you actually. Is from your time doing the canvassing efforts in Wisconsin, and going door to door and having to read the room in certain unique situations. I guess what has been the most common discussion that you've had with the people that you've been interacting with? Like, what's the most uh, common talking point that you've utilized?
I wish I had a really novel answer for you, but the truth is that example of the conservative gentleman that I spoke with, that was by far the closest thing to an actual dialogue that I had with anybody who answered the door. For the most part, when people answered the door and they would engage, it was just like a very quick thing, like, yep, I early voted, or no, I already plan to go for Judge Janet, Daniel Kelly's crazy or anything like, in which case there's no point in even like, fluffing that up anymore. They clearly have the right sentiment. So in my experience, as much as I love to talk, the conversations have been very short, positive but short, and the closest one was that one with the conservative person.
And generally speaking, these interactions are supposed to be short, right? Like for people who are watching who are maybe interested in joining in on this, canvassing efforts are about hitting as many houses and speaking to as many people as possible. So it's not like you're supposed to sit there with a person and, utterly dominate them with facts and logic for 15 minutes. Like it's usually a brief exchange, maybe 2 or 3 minutes max, and then go to the next house. Am I on the mark on that one?
100%. Prime said it earlier how, people who've not done it before, but like who are either streamers or follow streamers might have the instinct like, okay, I have to prepare for a debate. No, that would be the worst possible thing you can do. Like even with the again, the conservative gentleman who was clearly dead set on voting for Judge Kelly, and we started to stray, like, he mentioned a couple of things. He was like, Judge Janet is too political, right? Now, in my mind, I'm thinking, buddy, okay, you want to do this, but I didn't point out, like, listen, Daniel Kelly was involved in a plot to send fake electors in the 2020 presidential election. He was paid a six-figure sum by the Republican Party in Wisconsin to steal Wisconsin's votes from President Biden. That's political. I didn't bring up how when he was an interim Supreme Court justice in 2016, how he presided over 6 cases involving 6 organizations with whom he had ties, did not recuse himself, and then adjudicated in their favor. Extremely unethical, all these things. It could have, like if we were having a conversation like this, that stuff would have been easy to like rapid fire. But all that was going to do is piss him off, right? And so you just say, you just try to like almost like conversational jujitsu, right? You duck and weave and you try to keep it as pleasant as possible. And we did. So no, you do not debate. Do not debate. Emphatically do not.
Right. Right. Yeah, it's like debate in that you're trying to get something out of the conversation, but instead of trying to like own your opponent and make them look foolish, you're trying to form a connection with them on something that you find that's a commonality or where you find an opening.
Yeah. Can I ask, like, what was the thing that made you get involved in canvassing in the first place? Like, what triggered that in North Carolina?
So, I've always been a politics geek. Even in high school, I was that nerd who could watch C-SPAN and like watch a lot of legal dramas and stuff like that, whereas other people were watching, science. I enjoy science fiction, other things, but I mean, like, I had a real, and still do. I work from home, and I have C-SPAN constantly in circulation and political commentary. I was a political science major in college, and my original idea was go to law school, practice law for 10 years, and then go into politics. Didn't end up going to law school, but when I lived in Kentucky, and when I moved to Louisville, Kentucky, I got involved with helping out a buddy of mine who worked for Governor Beshear, then Attorney General Andy Beshear, who, by the way, is a phenomenal Democrat. Kentucky is lucky to have him. Unfortunately, there's a supermajority in Kentucky of Republicans who just today overrode a governor's veto blocking an anti-trans law, a really regressive anti-trans law in Kentucky. So anyway, he's up for re-election.
That's a terrible law.
Atrocious, absolutely atrocious. And unfortunately, Governor Beshear's veto is insufficient, and he's up for re-election. I would encourage people to get involved in that as well. But anyway, so I was kind of involved with canvassing for him and helping out a buddy of mine who was really close with the campaign. Then when I moved to North Carolina, and I wanted to start doing political content quite often, like short video essays and stuff on my channel, Pondering Politics, I was like, I also want to do it in person. Like, I want to get involved in person. IRI and I pushed Destiny to do the canvassing event in Georgia. I was one of the people who got him to do that. So he organized a 250-person thing out in Georgia. I got connected with Maya, Femboy Maths, and that's how we got involved in North Carolina. She's really, really cool. She knows her stuff. I think I can't imagine where she's going to be in 10 years. Young as she is, she'll probably be ruling the Democratic Party with an iron fist in 10 years. And then I got involved with Progressive Victory through watching Vosh, and that's it. I enjoy doing it. It's nice, especially when it's local. North Carolina's weather is pretty beautiful. But even in Milwaukee, in 17-degree weather, bitterly cold, it was really cool feeling like I made just a little bit of difference and wasn't just talking about it. I actually had feet on the ground and was knocking on doors and putting my money where my mouth is. So.
All right, 1 second. We're going to pull Lance from the Serfs in, and here we go. Hello.
Honestly, my Oh, sorry. I was just going to say, Pondering, my takeaway from that is that you chose not to go to law school, and I give you big props for doing that. Best decision of your life.
Hey,
You're the
Lance.
attorney.
How you doing?
Exactly.
Yeah, it's great to see you.
What's up, friends? How you doing?
King Lance.
Yeah, we're talking with Pondering Politics here about his experiences canvassing on the ground in Wisconsin, and generally we're trying to encourage people to get out, volunteer to canvass, and phone bank for the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race that's currently going on that has implications for trans people, abortion rights and the democracy itself in Wisconsin. And unfortunately, that also has national ramifications, and the national ramifications have international ramifications. And it's weirdly the biggest race that's going on in 2023. So thank you for joining us. And I just want to point out that people can volunteer to canvass and phone bank. Even if you are not a U.S. citizen. So if you are in Canada and would like to get involved, you can phone bank in the Wisconsin State Supreme Court race.
Also, phone banking is fun and based and super easy. And if you're someone who's like super shy about knocking on doors and doing that kind of canvassing, because I've done both, especially for like local elections, phone banking, they put this like system on, it just like auto dials one after the other. You end up having like 50 conversations with strangers, and they're actually super awesome. And even if they're like adversarial, it's like someone who doesn't have the same political beliefs as you, but they still are quite nice and kind just to have a conversation. I only had like 1 or 2 people who were like, fuck you, call me. And I'm like, okay, well, yeah, but for the most part, they're super nice. And so like I recommend everything everyone's probably already talked about on this, as well as like, yeah, take local elections extremely seriously, and volunteering is super based and awesome. So you're all wonderful.
Yeah, real quick, can you introduce yourself? Where can people find you?
I'm the Surfs, Lance of the Surfs. You can find me everywhere on social media at the Surfs TV, as well as the Surfs.tv, if you want to watch some live streams or other videos that are on there. And yeah, I live in Vancouver, Canada, but I am very, very, very keen on encouraging people to participate not only in the sexy elections, like, the federal elections, those are sexy. You get to vote for a president or a prime minister. It's like, hell yeah, wow, we get a president. But your local elections are so fucking important. They determine so many things, like your police budget, a lot of shit, your city councilors, your school, like a lot of the stuff that will affect your day to day is your local elections. And no one fucking turns out. There's nobody. Like,
Yep.
honestly, the turnout is abysmal for local elections. So you could actually sway way more effectively your local elections than you probably could say like a federal one. But yeah, that would be my 2 cents on it.
Yeah, I mean, I think that's a perfect point. There was, I forget the exact race, but it was in New York. It was a race for like DA, and a certain borough, and it got decided like on a razor's edge. It was like 20 votes. It was like incredibly small. They did like recount. This wasn't too long ago. It was like a year or two ago. But it was like a progressive who was trying to get in, and she lost actually. And it was devastating. But like it was just a few people. Because a few people had just come out. Because again, and I've been saying this previously, that people feel just so disempowered, and there's rational reasons to feel disempowered within our system. But like one, just voting is a good way to do it. But then, you feel like, well, it's just my vote, right? It's just one vote, and you may exercise it, but like, still, like it feels like it's beyond you. But this is actually doing something about that. Imagine, again, we're talking about state and local elections where in a tough race, it can be decided by a very few people. You can be the difference that brings over those few people, right? Like within that election that I'm thinking of, like imagine if there had just been a few more canvassers knocking on a few more doors, right? And just reminding people the election was going to happen, right? Like I myself, I'm a political animal, but I don't, when I don't keep track of like all elections. It's not that I forget, if it's especially not like a national election, I forget sometimes too. But then I get like a mailer, which is something campaigns do as well. Or sometimes people have come to my house and they talk to me. I'm like, yeah, that's right. We do have a local election coming up. And that gets a person like me who is ready to vote out when I otherwise might not have, because life is busy, right?
Mhm.
And you just being that person that person who comes there with a friendly face and letting them know can make the difference. It has happened before. Believe me on that.
Yeah, especially with Wisconsin. So this is, and I'm sure you all have talked about it already, but it's so important to reiterate. Wisconsin's a battleground state, so it is a state that is constantly up for competition in every presidential election, and it is uniquely bipartisan. It went for Obama in 08 and 12, it went for Trump in 16, it went for Biden. in 2020. Again, when you vote or when you register to vote in Wisconsin, you can't identify with a particular party, so we have to turn to things like Pew Research. And Pew Research has concluded again and again that Wisconsin's population is pretty much split down the middle, like 42% liberal, 42% conservative, 16% moderate. This election is like so uniquely tipped. You have a Democratic governor, you have a Republican legislature. One of its chambers has a supermajority. If they get a supermajority in the second chamber of Congress, Governor Evers's veto is kind of like Governor Beshear's in Kentucky. It's useless. So this Supreme Court case or this Supreme Court election is vital. We have an opportunity to not only hold the line, but actually move it left, right? We can tip the balance of this court. You think about a state like that that is so split down the middle and so bipartisan, and Republicans have used every trick at their disposal to try to enshrine a supermajority. Like they have gerrymandered the hell out of the state, even though it's 50-50, to make it so that they have a supermajority for all time, right?
Yeah, no, if their legislature gets 50% of the, if a Republican legislature gets 50% of the vote in Wisconsin, they get 65% of the seats. If Democrats get 50% of the vote, they get 35% of the seats. It is considered the most gerrymandered state in the United States.
And the fact that it has national implications, Riverboat Jackson, because that's the other thing too. It's like this is something that I complain about quite a bit on my channel, which is this idea that, especially in the United States, I can't speak to Canada, but in the United States, conservatives are systemically advantaged at every level. They're less popular, there are fewer of them, their ideas are less popular, but systemically they are advantaged at every damn level. 30 state legislatures here in the United States out of 50 belong to Republicans. We have a regressively conservative supermajority on the United States Supreme Court. We have a 50-50, well, a 51-49 split Senate, but the 51 Democrats represent 40 million more people than their Republicans. So it's like, and so to your point, it's like Democrats have to constantly overperform in every goddamn election just to break even. And Republicans don't fight fair. They know in a fair fight they'd lose. So what do? They min-max. They do everything at their disposal to maximize systemic advantages. And that's why this election is so damn important. You can't just trust them. Well, if Judge Kelly gets in, we can trust that he'll be a fair and impartial jurist. Hell no. The Republican Party in Wisconsin is as bad faith as any other Republican Party in any state. They will fight to win. We have to win this race.
I mean, on top of that, like, we have a very brief window of opportunity here to challenge the electoral maps in Wisconsin based on the new districting that was done using the 2020 census. And so currently the only path forward to ungerrymander Wisconsin rides entirely on the outcome of this state Supreme Court race, because it's either going to be Dan Kelly, who has said that he doesn't believe it is his role to actually rule on that issue. He believes that he needs to send it back to the state legislature in Wisconsin, which is controlled by Republicans. So you know what their answer is going to be. And then you have Judge Janet, who has said that she has looked at the data and she believes that the weight of the districts is unfair and needs to be reassessed and readdressed. And really the mechanism for that is the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. And that is just, that is about as close to like, that's not like a left-leaning opinion either. That's just looking at the raw numbers and data. And it's unfortunate that has been politicized, but like that is how bad things are in Wisconsin right now.
And I think it's important to stress this too. The tenure for a Supreme Court justice in Wisconsin is 10 years. So we have another shot at this in maybe 10 years. So, this is the time to make the difference.
And a lot can happen in 10 years.
Yeah. It's so much is riding on this, like whether or not like trans people have rights in Wisconsin, whether or not women have rights to abortion in Wisconsin, whether or not like representative democracy actually gets to exist in Wisconsin. But not only that, like whether or not because again, the scheme for Wisconsin to replace its electors in the 2020 election was only denied by one vote from the Wisconsin State Supreme Court. And if that vote goes to Kelly, like he's not going to say, "Oh, don't do that in 2024." Like no, he's going to be all for subverting democracy. He literally got paid $120,000 by the state Republican Party to do that.
That's the thing that again I feel like it's important to stress, because unfortunately we all know a lot of well-intentioned moderates who are genuinely under the opinion that both sides are kind of like whatever, they both fight to win and what, but they really don't. I wish Democrats had a fraction of the killer instinct, the political killer instinct that Republicans have. We have no reason to believe that the GOP in 2024, they have no limiting principle. We have no reason to believe that if we're in a situation in 2024 as we were in 2020, because right now it's looking like Donald Trump will be the Republican nominee, right? Unless Ron DeSantis announces that he runs and he manages to pull the Hailest of all Hail Marys, he's going to be the nominee. And he's already made it abundantly clear in his campaign rhetoric and his speeches. We thought he was going for broke in 2020. This man is like deranged. Like it's a campaign of vengeance. He will pull out all the stops. We have no reason to believe. It would be foolish to just naively believe, listen, okay, they learned their lesson. This election isn't that big of a deal. I mean, I hope Judge Janet wins, but if Kelly gets in there, he's learned his lesson. No, we have absolutely no reason to believe that.
Never, never, never. I mean, and I'll say this before I bow out for the evening, but I mean, it's incredibly important to realize that, you were saying like, we shouldn't give Republicans and conservatives the benefit of the doubt in the future, but just looking at the ongoing suit with Dominion and Fox News right now, we see that they took every single opportunity, even during the 2020 election, to call that into question, even though they knew it was false. But the conservative apparatus does not care. The institutional power behind conservatives does not care, because it is power for power's sake. And they are really the only party that gets that and fights like hell to keep it and expand that power. So we need to fight like hell right on back and make this push. Like, I can't keep expressing that I'm expressing that in somewhat panic terms, but seriously, like, it's really important that we emphasize this.
Hell, I would argue that the only lesson that the conservatives learn is, oh, well, I'm not in jail and I didn't win, so clearly I didn't go hard enough.
Right.
Exactly.
This was scrimmage. This was practice for 2024. 100%.
Lance,
then you contrast that with how places like Brazil handle when their former conservative leaders attempt a fascistic coup. I mean, they go all out. Within 2 weeks, there's like a Supreme Court investigation, all this thing. I mean, like, we just have no appetite for actual, I guess what I would call a political knife fight, because that's what I feel like it is. I feel like we are in an existential crisis. I think it was like in 2020, some of you may have the stats better. It's like 200 plus initiatives by the Republican Party across the 50 states to like impose like anti-trans bills. Like it was like 200 in 2022, and in 2023 state legislation, it's like an even higher rate. I mean, they're going for broke on everything. It's a full court press.
Yeah,
something Sun Tzu said, if you don't have a system of rewards and punishment, then everything gets fucked up. Hey, look, everything's fucked up. I'm sorry, Jack.
Oh no, Just as an FYI, in 2023 alone, there have been over 400 anti-trans bills proposed so far.
Jesus.
Yeah, it's
That's
bad.
double what last year was, right? Like
Yeah,
already all of
already.
last year, which was a record too.
Yeah.
That's so ridiculous.
But Lance, I was just gonna ask you, what's kind of your perspective as like a Canadian looking down and seeing like all of this?
What's going on? I wanted to answer your question. You were asking what do conservatives have an advantage in Canada? They don't. It's the French who have an advantage in Canada. That's not even a joke. It's a weird thing. But Quebec has so many seats in Parliament in our parliamentary system that if a prime minister is French Canadian, it will sway an election. Like Justin Trudeau, all the horrible things he does, from his Indigenous rights problems to doing blackface multiple times, none of that will seem to matter as long as he can speak French. Like that'll really sway an election in Canada, which is just a wild thing. But in terms of what's happening in the U.S., obviously, I hope you all know we're terrified up here about what's going on in America all the time.
Sorry.
Everyone is.
Hey, sorry, in here.
That's why Willow is wearing a Canada shirt right now.
It's just for you, bud. Just for you, friend.
No,
Totally not because it's what I wore last night to sleep.
Well, we have a instead of the CIA or the FBI, we have a thing called CSIS, and CSIS already has articles on potential civil wars in the United States, the rise of fascism, like public articles you can see on their website where it's like,
God.
if America like fully falls, this could be very bad for Canada. I was like, well, obviously, it would be terrible up here. Yes,
It's gonna be bad everywhere if that
There,
happens.
Lance, to your point, there was an article, probably it's got to be close to a year ago, but it was written by a Canadian political scientist and threat expert called Thomas Homer Dixon, and he's like an expert on democratic destabilization and whatnot. He wrote this really terrifying article in one of your publications up there, basically saying that a lot of political scientists and threat experts believe that America is in an inordinate amount of danger of becoming a right-wing authoritarian regime. So I mean, like, you have even like international intelligentsia that are basically ringing the bells, like, holy shit, people, holy shit, you know.
Yep.
Yeah.
Yeah, that's the world we live in.
Lance, hello. My name is Prime. I'm not sure I don't think we've ever met before, but nice to meet you.
We've rated each other a couple times. You run a really good debate show on Twitch.
Okay, well, thank you so much. I did. Yeah, but I wanted to, because I didn't realize you were Canadian, which makes me rethink everything about you. But
fair. Yeah, the only acceptable prejudice to have is against Canadians. It's a made-up country. Make fun of Canada, chat. Normalize making fun of Canada.
But yeah, like, so we were, because another Canadian was here previously, and we have been talking about this, and yeah, I'm actually curious, like, what your perspective is here. Like, I know Canada gets like a lot of news, from America, a lot of media, since we're so very much interconnected. But does it? Sorry, now I'm getting background. Is that from you?
I think you're
so that was me.
echoing.
My thing just disconnected. Oh, can you hear me
Do
now?
you know
Are we
"In the
okay?
Air Tonight"
Yeah,
by
we can
Phil
hear you.
Collins? Could you sing that right now while you've got that echo?
Oh, that would have been perfect.
That would have been.
But I was going to say that, like how real does it feel, right? And it might be a hard question to answer, but like how like, does it feel tangible what happens here in the U.S., right?
Oh,
Because
absolutely.
even for people within our borders, right, within our localities, like, elections can seem far away. But like, to you, and maybe it's not fair to ask you because you're a political animal, right? But like, does it feel like tangible to you?
The answer is yes, and even normies, huge ass yes, massive yes in Canada. Oh yeah, like, Canadians follow American politics really closely because we're each other's largest trading partners. You get a lot of our energy, fresh water, lumber, all that kind of stuff, oil. That comes all from Alberta, BC, all that kind of shit, and we buy a ton of shit from the United States, including products and refined petroleum and stuff like that.
And
so
you gave
yeah,
us Jordan
everyone
Peterson
cares.
too. Thank you very much for that, buddy. Thanks a lot,
Jordan
man.
Peterson, Steven Crowder, Lauren Southern, Lauren Chen, Stefan Molyneux, Gavin McInnes.
I never
You're
thought
just
that
digging
America
your own
would be
grave
getting
here,
a short
bud.
end of the
I
stick
know,
there,
well,
but you made the case.
Yeah. But
Yeah.
no, like to be totally honest, everyone here is terrified. Yeah, absolutely terrified. We don't have an overwhelmingly conservative. The conservatives in Canada would be considered like Joe Manchins. The Conservative Party of Canada is kind of Joe Manchin. So think of that. That's kind of what conservatives are like, for better or for worse. So even they, I don't think would want to see America fully spiral into like fascism. And it's just like the way things have been ramping up so quickly lately, where it's just like you've seen the discourse move from, hey, anti like LGBTQ stuff doesn't play well politically. Look at the midterms. Didn't like cause the red wave, right? They were so hyper focused on this, and yet that didn't like demolish the Democratic Party when statistically it should have. So that doesn't play well, but that doesn't matter to like a large part of the right, especially the Christian fascist right or the Christian nationalist right. They're just barreling towards that. It's like we're just going to ramp everything up nonstop. This is our cause. Yeah, so that is obviously horrifying to see. It's not great. I'll just say that.
No, and especially when you consider how our system of government is. Again, I keep going back to this because this is something I constantly yell about at people offline and online. I try to make the case like, look, one of the many ways in which conservatives and Republicans are systemically advantaged in the United States, I can't speak to Canada or anywhere else, but certainly in the United States, is even from a sheer philosophical burden, right? So progressives and the left, whether you agree with their policy prescriptions or not, and it's entirely fair if you disagree, they are trying to build something. They're trying to progress. They're trying to move the needle. Whereas just from a sheer philosophical perspective, conservatives are just kicking their feet back and either trying to actively tear shit down or thwart progress. So even from the beginning, the conceit, the left just has a harder burden from the very beginning. Our framework of government is absolutely advantaged towards conservatism. You think of, again, great in theory, separation of powers and all these things when opposition is supposed to be loyal to one another. But think of like abolishing slavery. It took us 80 years after the formation of the United States to formally abolish slavery, and then like another 80 to deal with redlining and Jim Crow and segregation and all these things. Even for like the most moral, and a civil war, right? Even the most morally righteous cause in this country, it takes forever to make any sort of progress. So it's not even just the nuts and bolts of state legislatures and how they're comprised. Even from at every level, conservatives are advantaged in this country, and the expectation is so different for them. Like, it pisses me off when every time a Democrat here in the United States is interviewed, they're always asked, how can you work with the other side? What can you do? President Biden gets this all the time. Mr. President, what are you going to do to reach across the other aisle? Kevin McCarthy never gets that question. Nobody in the Republican Party ever gets that goddamn question because we just don't expect them. Nobody expects them to work with the other side. It's always Democrats. Democrats have to overperform electorally, and Democrats have to overperform in terms of government, like actual governance. And Republicans are just playing this game on easy mode. It's so frustrating.
Hell, they'll kick the anthill, and then when somebody else gets bit by the fire ants, they'll blame Democrats for doing it.
Yeah, why didn't you stop me from kicking the anthill, Willow? Why did
Okay.
you stop me? That's basically what it is.
Speaking of kicking the anthill, I'm gonna pull. Oh,
And the only way we can, again, move the needle on that is to win I mean, really every race we possibly can, but this one again, like battleground state, 10 electoral votes. This one is huge. This would be a solid step in the right direction towards slowly pushing back on this kind of party.
just pulling Vosh in here, and
Voosh.
we got Voosh in the house. Whenever he wants to unmute and undeafen, but
Yeah. So continuing on with what Josiah said. Thank you. Yeah.
Hey, what's up?
Oh, hello. Hi.
Hi, Vosh.
Hey, Vosh.
Yeah, there goes the neighborhood.
Wow, it took me a second. I had myself deafened. How are we doing?
Doing all right.
Yeah, Yeah, we've been in full swing for a few hours now, trying to get out the word for folks to come and volunteer to canvass and phone bank, because the election day is April 4th, and that's coming up. And you can canvass and phone bank regardless of where you are in the world. Although,
Phone
if-
banking.
yeah,
You're
if-
telling me it's actually possible to do political good from your phone? Can you fill me in on that? What's going on with that?
well, it all started with the man named Alexander Graham Bell. Okay, and
Oh my.
now
We're going way back.
Yeah, you can call basically from wherever you are in the world. You can sign up to volunteer to phone bank, and you can do it. I believe, Prime, you've done it before. You can do it from the comfort of your own home. You don't have to go anywhere. You can put on your gamer headset and
I've done
start
it.
calling people.
It's very user friendly. It's very fun. It's very easy.
Yeah.
It's all
I mean-
automated. Like a machine does the whole thing. You're just watching a program. Like dial a number. You talk to someone. Whenever they hang up, dials the next number until you talk to the next person.
Yeah.
Exactly.
You
So,
don't even
know,
have to wear pants to do it. If that's a deal
Nope.
breaker for you, you can just kick back and yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah,
Chat.
but yeah.
Chat.
So like,
Oh, I'm just making sure they know.
okay, yeah. So I was just gonna say that yes, it's I've done it before, and Lance as well. It's super easy, right? It
Mhm.
sounds more intimidating. Like I mean, I know I was a bit more intimidated before I did it, but then it's an automated program. You don't have to use your own phone. That's another thing we need to let people know, right? Because you might think, well, phone banking, I'm going to have to use my own phone. I use
Nope.
my minutes or whatever, right? None of that.
Nope.
Instead, you could just log into like a website, browser, and if you got like a mic, if you got headphones, right? Or some of them might be able to like use. Might be able to do it from your phone, but not use your phone minutes. In any case, right? Like you have a system in front of you that gives you a script, tells you like what to say initially, right, to get the party started, and depends on which system you're using. But the system I had previously used, it went down like a branching path, right? So first, like, did they hang up on you immediately? No. Okay. Click yes or no. If they are talking, is it the right person? Because you're going off the phone list, might not be the wrong person. So if it's the correct person, okay, right? And it keeps going off from there, right? Like, did they want more information about the election? So you enter that information, just click, click, click as you're saying the script. But then, of course, you get a chance to have like a human interaction with someone.
So,
you get to just talk to them.
Branching paths. So what you're telling me is this is a lot like the hit game series Dark Souls.
Yes, indeed. Yes, and it
The
all
dialogue
wraps back
trees.
around eventually. Yeah.
Vosh, aren't you a Dark Souls streamer? That's what you do predominantly, right? You're
That's my
just
main.
now.
Yeah, this is my. I'm hearing about this politics thing today. It sounds really cool though. This canvassing business.
Yes.
I really
You
hope my
should
chat gets
consider
involved.
like talking about politics more and maybe not Dark Souls. You know what I mean? Maybe
Maybe. I mean, we could start kind of bridging with analogies. Like what we're doing right now, kind of, is sort of like we're linking the flame, by preventing the Republicans from getting a Supreme Court majority. It'd be quite bad if that happened.
Yeah, it's like real life Dark
mean,
Souls.
Yeah,
But-
yeah, I know that Dark Souls is supposed to be a hard game, but you know what the real Dark Souls is? Politics.
I thought you were gonna say humanity.
I'm not a Dark Soul. I'm not a gamer. Period. I've never actually played Dark Souls, but like just the
You
snippets
can't
that
say
I've
that on
seen.
Twitch. You'll get roasted.
I feel
just
like
fake it
it's
till you
true.
make
It's
it.
true. Listen,
Oh,
I'm
no.
just I'm no cap. I've never played it, but I feel like Mitch McConnell, the Senate's resident Eldritch abomination, would fit very well in the Dark Souls mythos.
I think he was actually under all of that armor for Executioner Smough.
Judge,
back in the day.
Judge Janet
Well, it's
is
one of
the
the
player
pilgrims.
character. She's going to use her summoning bell, right, to call in you for help, to assist her in taking down the boss, being David Kelly. David Kelly?
Daniel
Dan-
Kelly.
Daniel.
Daniel Kelly. No, David Kelly is the producer. Daniel Kelly, excuse me.
Boston Legal. Are you Boston Legal fan? David E.
I
Kelly.
am actually. I loved it. Oh my god! I'm sorry. We can
Phenomenal
talk
show.
about that later. That's amazing. But I wanted to talk more on, unless Vosh wanted to jump in and say things.
Oh,
Um,
Vosh, did you introduce yourself, or did you just come in and said, "Hi, I'm Vosh"?
Yeah, I'm Vosh. I'm a prominent Dark Souls Bloodborne streamer. First person to beat Bloodborne, actually. NA.
It's true.
The Koreans got me by about 6 seconds, but you know,
Blindfolded too.
Yeah. Oh yeah. Oh well, obviously it doesn't count.
He only plays blindfolded. It's pretty wild. I've seen it.
It's you know, I'm hearing about this politics thing. It's pretty cool. It turns out that by sheer coincidence, there are many people in my community who've actually canvassed before with Progressive Victory, and I have heard near ubiquitously. I say near ubiquitously because it's kind of a common turn of phrase. What I actually mean is ubiquitously positive experiences in terms of getting to meet new people, have a good time, feel like you're making a difference. You know, it turns out that you know, if you're a politics streamer or like me, a Dark Souls streamer, engaging with this stuff online is kind of a way of engagement. But if you're just watching that 24/7, I feel like if you're not doing anything with all those feelings you have about the direction the country's going, I can imagine it might be kind of a bit of a downer at times. So I highly encourage people who are watching to give the canvassing bit a shot. It's not as scary as they think. I've heard people with severe social anxiety in my community went out and still managed to have a good time because obviously, you know, Progressive Victory is dedicated to making this experience as accessible as possible, because that brings more people out. And if you like going, you'll go again. And there are lots of folks who have gone again. So it's all good, you know, and it's a worthwhile cause. Not even to speak of it being fun. It's also good to do, like on a moral level.
Yeah, if you like democracy and civil rights and such, you probably should get involved.
Yeah, I did some canvassing during the special election for Doug Jones in Alabama a couple years back. I had a great time. Like, it was pretty scary at first, but it was fine. Most of it was just informing people, hey, there's a special election coming up. Do you know where you can vote? And they're like, no. It's like, okay, this is the voting district you're in. Here's where you go. Do you need a ride? We can arrange that for you. And it wasn't bad. And especially in a time with like my community is a bunch of trans people, largely. And as you probably heard inklings of, we're kind of a political scapegoat right now, just a little. And hearing about that all the time and not doing anything about it, it sucks. It's overwhelming. It's hard to deal with, and just if you just can't sit there and be focused on it. Sometimes you got to disconnect. Sometimes you just got to get out there and do something. You got to phone bank. You got to canvas it.
Yeah.
If you feel like you're doing something, you're not standing still, and that's important.
Well,
Yeah,
and
Vosh brought up that it's not just for extroverts either, because like again in Milwaukee, I guarantee you, I mean, I didn't go around and poll the audience, but I guarantee you, if you asked most of the people who were actually canvassing, most of them would describe themselves as introverts. And I know several of them were like, I never imagined that not only would I be phone banking, I would actually be, you know, knocking on doors, putting my face in front of other people. And they liked it. It was thrilling for them. It felt like, at least according to them, that it encouraged them to get out of their shells in a way that they might not otherwise if there wasn't something like this motivating them. You know, if it was just like, you know, go out with friends or go bar hopping or whatever, then I'll probably just stay home. But something like this motivating them, a lot of these people are introverts and they enjoyed themselves.
Well, and I know like a lot of the people in a lot of the communities that are here are trans or have loved ones who are trans or are just generally trans allies. And like there's a lot of that riding on the line for the state of Wisconsin for this particular election. Because Wisconsin is only really held back from being like a full-blown like anti-LGBTQ like do you know, sundown town, but as a state, you know. And it's scary. Like earlier this year, the Republicans in the state essentially voted to legalize conversion therapy of trans people. There was a ban that was in place since 2020, and Republicans overturned that because they have the majority of the state legislature. And the only way that is going to change is by making sure that the gerrymandering in Wisconsin gets overturned. And the only way that happens is if Judge Janet wins the swing seat on the state Supreme Court. This election is literally the key to unfucking the entire state of Wisconsin. If I can be blunt about it.
it was a single election when it got fucked, right? I'm thinking about this, like, the history of Wisconsin, like when Scott Walker got in. I'm not sure if that was the same election, or a different election when uh, like, was it 2010, when that happened, because that was like a census
Mhm.
year, right? And it
Yep.
turned over to Republicans. Republicans took that state house, and then they gerrymandered, and the effect has been devastating, like ever since.
Yep.
So, like, one state, one local election, or state election can have massive, massive effects, right? Like,
Yeah.
people, there were a certain number of people, Democrats within that state, who on that year decided, I'm going to stay home, right? And they've been dealing with the consequences of that ever since.
Yep.
And a great way of getting people to show up is by canvassing, is by getting involved. It is the most effective way. We were talking about this earlier. That there are a number of ways that get to get people involved within an election. Like, the one is ads, right? People understand ads, but like that is less motivating, except maybe in the negative sense, voting against someone. But having that actual human contact with someone in terms of phone banking, and then canvassing, right? Canvassing being number one, that turns people up. It drives traffic towards the election campaign. And I wanted to say one more thing. This I was saying this to like Lance previously, talking about that election in New York. Because I went and found that in New York there was a election for DA, right? Tiffany Caban, she ended up losing. I believe she was the progressive candidate. She lost her opponent, Melinda Katz, and she lost by 60 votes. 60 votes. I looked up the
Wild.
this is for a Queens DA. Yeah, I looked up the population, 2.7 million people within that borough.
Yeah.
There were 61 votes there. There were 61 votes there.
A couple
right?
times over.
Exactly. If she had more resources and a better ground game, she could have gotten those votes.
Yep.
There were people who just weren't aware or weren't motivated, but that could have changed with a ground game. And you can be a part of that for this election, which is indeed very important.
And just to connect with that, when you do a phone banking session, how many people do you generally talk to? Like, just one? How
So
many?
You can sign up for different periods in time. So you can sign up, say, I want to do it for 1 hour, 2 hours, and in that time, you may have a really good session where you just roll through a bunch, and you might find one where you get stuck in a conversation where you're talking to someone, and it's like this, delightful old grandma who wants to give you her special ketchup recipe. She's like, "Oh, you're gonna love the taste. It's got prunes," and like, you got to be nice. You got to, don't like, a vote is a vote, and be very nice and respect your elders, and people should be nicer to older people in general. So that's all good and base. But I'm just saying, generally, in terms of how many people you'll get through, it varies. It varies. Like, what shocked me was that even people who I would have phone calls with, where they're like clearly politically opposed to me, like, ideologically we could not be further away, they were still mostly friendly. They were still mostly like, "I'm sorry, son, I'm a conservative, and that's just who I am, but I appreciate you trying to help out democracy." I'm like, "Oh, okay, well, that was nice." I would have expected, like, my experiences on Twitch and talking to other streamers and stuff, so I expected it was going to be a little bit more rough. It's lovely. It's fun.
Yeah.
It's good. Yeah, you'll have a great time.
Well, generally, what I was that first of all, that was delightful, and I want grandmas to give me their ketchup recipes because I'm sure it's better than whatever ketchup I'm eating. But second of all, like, it is completely plausible that between now and April 4th, if you were to volunteer your time to phone bank, you could talk to far more than just 60 people. And if you're changing the minds of any one person, you're also statistically likely changing the minds of people in that household as well, regarding whether they're going to go vote, and possibly even changing like their spouse's mind, on who they're going to vote for. So when we're talking about the margins, and keep in mind, Wisconsin is a very thin margin state. Like, you alone volunteering could help to make the difference, whether that is as a canvasser or as a phone banker. So we're really, really encouraging people to get out there. And again, the canvassing date is on April 2nd. So if you can make it out to Wisconsin on April 2nd, you can.
What will be the
canvass on
link?
the ground.
Would there be a link possibly to learn more information about canvassing? I don't know.
Wow, indeed. You can use !canvas in chat to get a link for that. And if you are interested in phone banking, you can use !phone bank to learn more about that and volunteer.
You know, I think that a definite advantage we have, or maybe a sort of change in things, is that, you know, if you took in every state a total proportion of people who vote which way every year and didn't vote was a candidate, they would win in every state. And that's because we have a lot of independents. You know, there's a lot of disaffected people. There's a lot of people. I think by and large, you know, there are people who just don't care because a lot of people just don't care, and it's irrational for them not to care, but they don't, and you know, whatever. That's life. But a lot of people,
Apathy
I think,
wins.
yeah, it's just how people are. But a lot of it's also disillusionment. You know, they voted before, they cared before, the government's not doing what it claims to be able to do, and they sort of fall off. And I do think, you know, right now the direction the GOP is taking is psychotic. It's monstrous. It's dangerous. But it's also very loud and very evidently bad to people who aren't ideologically in that camp. I think, because we kind of saw this back in 2020 with the record number of people voting for Biden, I think this might energize people who might otherwise be more independent or moderate leaning, because it's harder to be moderate when, you know, you check on social media and you've got, you know, people Sieg Heiling all over the place. It tends to motivate people. So my hope would be that would make the process of talking to nonpartisan right people a little easier. And hey, even for those partisan right people, not all of them go along with the agenda, you know? There was recently some polling done on whether or not people from various parties would support legislation to ban gender affirming care for youth. I mean, we're not even talking adults here, we're talking youth. And of them, I think it was something like 30% of Republicans responding would oppose such a ban. That is a surprising amount of incongruity within the party that is otherwise so lockstep. So I don't know, a little bit of optimism. I'm hoping this motivates some positive change.
Oh yeah, like I think that we're in a period where I think that from what I've seen from the 2022 midterms, it seems like conservatives have overplayed their hand a bit when it comes to things like abortion. That has now opened kind of a Pandora's box that they are unable to really sidestep, and you can see
They're
it.
The dog that caught the car.
Yeah, no, exactly.
Yeah.
Like there's Dan Kelly, for example, has been trying to like downplay his support of anti-abortion policies by just saying, "Oh, I wouldn't ever consider giving an opinion on abortion unless I was ruling on it," and it's like. My man, you're literally endorsed by Wisconsin Right to Life. Like you have a picture on their website.
And it's harder to get away with casual hypocrisy when it gets embedded into law. You know, there are lots of Republicans who have done abortion's bad, but my daughter's abortion, okay, that was special. That was different. And you know, you know what I'm talking about. You can get away with that double standard when it's not illegal to have an abortion. But when your daughter gets pregnant, you think like, oh, okay. And then you check your phone or something. It's, oh, great, 10 years if we even try. You know, we can't even leave the state for it. All of a sudden, you can't get away with being the, one toe in the pool kind of conservative anymore. Now you're face to face with the consequences of your ideology. And while the average Republican candidate can afford to get it done quietly, the average Republican voter can't.
Well, and
Dog that found the car.
Not only can they not afford to get it done quietly, but if you are politically unaligned, you can't avoid the news stories about it. You know, like it's like every couple of weeks. Oh, there was a woman who was sexually assaulted, and now she's being forced to carry the baby to term. Or like even worse, a child sexually assaulted and is now being forced to carry it to term. Or oh, here's a woman who has a genetic disease, and like if she gives birth, she will die. She can't get an abortion.
Thus forcing, by the way, GOP like state senators or whatever to go like, well, you know, if God wants a 12-year-old 12-year-old to be pregnant. Like,
Yeah,
then they have
exactly.
to defend it, and it's like, oh well,
Yeah.
thank you for the news clips, dipshit. You know, it's radicalizing,
Mm-hmm.
unironically.
I love how Lindsey Graham sold out Mitch McConnell when it comes to all this. Like, Lindsey Graham's like, I want abortions for the entire country. Mitch McConnell's like, what the fuck are you doing, motherfucker? What are you saying right now? No, this is not politically popular. Yeah, what the fuck?
Yeah.
It's like the conservatives, like any conservative I've talked to, is just like, oh yeah, no, they'll definitely put in exceptions for rape and children and things like that. And no, motherfucker, no, they won't.
Well-
it's part of their platform.
And even if they do, those exceptions are practically worthless because, oh, well, how long will it take for you to figure out whether or not you have a baby? What if you have faulty pregnancy tests? You know, like, well, then you're kind of fucked because guess what? You don't have the time to actually get that done. Or like, hey, if you were raped, well, they're only going to allow you to get that abortion if you can prove that you were raped. Look at
Yeah,
all
the
of those
most,
untested rape kits that every state has.
The most generous, like, red state abortion laws give you just enough time to call an Uber to Planned Parenthood, only for you to, like, the time to elapse. You know what I mean? Like, it's like 16 weeks or whatever it is, and like the cutoff for a lot of people it's ridiculous.
Yeah, the
One state
moment
is-
after you're raped, they hit a chess clock right
Right.
next to them,
Yep.
and they're like,
Yeah.
"All right,
Yeah.
go." Yeah.
Yeah.
That's so fucked.
One state is about to shorten it. I forget which one. It was like, I think they were shortening it to 6 weeks, but I have to look it up. But in any case, like, I think that, like, I'm gonna be honest. I think that
that was
the
Florida.
state of affairs. Is it Florida? Okay,
Yeah.
thank you. Yeah. What a surprise. But I think that the state of affairs, right? You know, we should point the finger our direction, and that in the intervening years since Roe, like, we have been on the defensive, meaning like the broad left. We've been on the defensive as to keeping what we have rather than advancing it and solidifying it. Right? Why isn't there a federal law saying, you know, guaranteeing the right to abortion? Because we didn't make that push. Now things are the way they are, but elections like this, these matter, right? On the path of correcting this mistake, and it was a mistake on the lefty side, right? Is these tiny elections, these moments in time where you put someone crucial in place. Sometimes it's not always clear who's going to be crucial, but now we do, right? Like, now there's a neon sign. This is a crucial election. So we would implore you to actually be involved with this. And it's actually quite simple to do so. Phone banking is super easy. You don't have to leave your house. I hate the sun too, right? You're in good company. And for those of you to brave the outside world where, like, dogs and bees are, you can also canvass if you can make it to Wisconsin. But you'll be making a difference. And, like, it may not be obvious immediately, but you're going to be watching some sort of contentious political fight happening, right? And it's going to come down to Wisconsin Supreme Court. It's happened before.
Yeah.
So, and then you'll know I made a difference.
Have you all discussed the Wisconsin abortion law that Governor Evers says that he will not enforce, but he's in, like, legal, like, so Governor Evers, who's a Democrat, and his Attorney General, who's also a Democrat, say they will not enforce. It's an 1848 abortion law. Like, this thing goes back, like, it's insane. It's pre-Civil War, and
Jesus.
Was never
the states-
repealed.
Yeah, never repealed. It was effectively cock-blocked by Roe v. Wade, but now that the Dobbs decision stripped that, it is technically on the books. Now, thank God, we've got a Democratic governor who's like, nah, I'm not enforcing that. But he's in the middle of, like, legal battles with, like, district attorneys who do want to enforce that law. And that means it will make its way up to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. So
How
get
bad
somebody
is
like
it, the
Dan
law
Kelly on
itself?
there who is like, the thought of, I'm pretty sure Dan Kelly wakes up every morning invigorated by the thought of forcing women to carry fetuses to term and then denying them, like, the social safety net to help raise it afterwards. If that man is on the Supreme Court and he keeps that right-wing advantage, that 1846 or 1849 draconian law, it will be enforced.
Yeah,
It's
the
considered Viagra.
Well, the 1849 ban makes it a felony for anyone in Wisconsin to provide an abortion, and the only exception is a vaguely worded provision for, let's see, exceptions when a mother's health is at risk. And no one in the
isn't that
state knows what that means, so they're
And
just not doing
Republicans
them.
notoriously care about the health of mothers.
And
They
this
are-
is perfect.
yeah.
That, that part's important. This because if you are on the fence on this issue and you say, well, at the very least, the life of the mother, right? That's the exception. That's the one I care about, right? But actually, in practice, this makes things nearly impossible because then a doctor has to prove that this person was going to die, and it's not so easy. There's not like a sign that appears on a woman's head that when she's like near death.
Yeah,
Right? And so you have to treat. Yeah, you
It
have
turns out
situations
there's
where-
not a health bar that appears
There's
above
not
a
health
woman's
bar.
head
There's not a
when
health bar.
giving birth. Yeah.
Yeah,
H-
remember,
or
Dar-
a stamina meter.
health bars in Dark Souls are only for bosses. For
Yeah.
regular mobs, you don't see them.
Yeah. Fair enough. But yeah, but there is this it's not so clear, right? And so a doctor has to decide like against like their this person's life or their career and their freedom.
Yeah.
If it's a felony. So
It can
when you
bankrupt you in the U.S. too, right? Like if you have to give birth, isn't it in some states? If you don't have health insurance, can it be like $10,000, $15,000? It's like, yeah, you can be bankrupt for life or give birth. Your choice.
Yeah,
Seems
it's
to be fucked up.
well, and that's the thing, right? Like any of these exceptions that are added to these abortion bills aren't real, because doctors generally aren't going to be willing to risk a felony conviction, because
Chilling effect.
they like I don't know, would you be willing to risk a felony conviction when like the ability to prove something is very much not decided? But I think most people would.
Absolutely.
We see this exact same behavior with like the Don't Say Gay law down in Florida, right? Where it like legislative ambiguity and bad lawmaking is actually an effective tool on their side, because technically the wording of the Don't Say Gay bill is incomprehensible and would put everyone on the books for for a conviction, because you'd be like, oh, my husband, or whatever else, like anything, right? Talk about George Washington. Oh, did he have a wife? Ah, jail. It's nonsensical. But obviously, like in reality, the fact that it's nonsensical doesn't mean anything, because the people who will be carrying out these convictions, from the cops to the judges, will be doing so in an ideologically motivated fashion. It's like that. What was the state? Was it Oklahoma, where they say drag performances or any kind of gender performances are now in the category of like adult
Oh,
entertainment? Was that which state? was that?
Tennessee?
I thought that was
was-
Wisconsin.
Tennessee.
Yeah.
I think it was Tennessee. And if you actually read the wording of the bill, it's like anything which has gender bending as like a component of comedy, like it would get Doubtfire, like it would get Mrs. Doubtfire, any classic Shakespeare play it would get. But none of those things are going to get charged, obviously.
Well, yeah,
because the point
depending
is-
on the selective enforcement, it could be when
Yeah.
a woman wears pants.
Yeah, literally, and that
Mhm.
used to be also on the books illegal. Like New York City had the 3 gender incongruent clothing law for getting arrested.
Yeah.
I think it's
Um,
fair to say that any law that requires or that like depends on Republican largesse, that's probably not a good state to be in. If a law is written in such a way that you're basically at the mercy of Republican interpretation, which is selective on its best day and hypocritical all the time, it's a pretty bad state to be in.
well, and this is
Also,
what
we should say brass tacks about this. If you're worried about the life of the mother, that's, I would say, statistically going to be in a situation in which the person did not want to seek an abortion. Like that's going to happen in the 8th or 9th month, when it's like a tragedy. This is a horrifying thing that takes place, and the mother unfortunately has to choose between whether or not it's the life of her or the child, the hardest decision someone can make. That's what they're most likely to talk about when you set a law up like that. It's not to protect women. Ultimately it's like, oh, we do make rare exceptions. Hey, we're going to be nice. We'll make an exception for rape. Yes, that's how gallant we're going to be in this fucking medieval procedure. Like, it's wild.
well,
There
and-
was a law in South Carolina. Are you all familiar with this? It was proposed by 21 state Republicans that would make women who seek an abortion eligible for the death penalty.
Yep.
21
felony.
state Republican
The
lawmakers
pro-life
supported it.
party. The pro-life.
Yeah.
team.
well,
Very
and
pro-life.
and to kind of
Hell yeah.
bring this back around, like this is part of the ongoing conservative effort to subvert democracy. When you have all of your laws worded in a very vague way, it gives power to whatever official is making those ultimate decisions, right? And then whoever's at the very top has the ultimate say over all those other enforcement mechanisms, right? And so when we have a state like Wisconsin, where the map is gerrymandered to effectively be like a soft, to make it a soft impossibility or improbability of like an overturning of like the majority in the state legislature, for example. And you pair that with vague wording in the legal system, well, that's just empowering the worst people to essentially make life or death decisions. Empowering the party of small government, empowering a cadre of officials to make life or death decisions for citizens.
I thought you were going to say the party of smog just then, like from Lord of the Rings.
Well, that too.
That too, yeah, definitely. They all be all for the Balrog. Yeah, I again, like, there's so many people who are watching and listening right now. I know there are a lot of people here, and I know there's a portion of you, right, who have some free time, right? Another thing that I didn't say previously about like phone banking is that like you get to decide your own schedule. You're not like stuck there, right? You can decide when you're free. You know, like oftentimes they make you, maybe sign a list so. When people might be around to do it.
Yeah, there's not like a hitman coming around to like break your kneecaps.
Oh, exactly, certainly, yeah. But like, just like in between the time, if you have time when you come home from work or before you're going to bed, right? Like, if you have time in your schedule, they can fit you in so that you can make a difference, right? Even if it's just a half hour. Within that half hour, as Lance was saying before, you can hit a lot of numbers. It's automated for you. So you're not like they're dialing numbers and making sure, oh, did I hit the wrong number and anything? You're not doing that, right? The system does that for you, and you're making a very large impact within a very small amount of time. So if you have a half hour, just give it a try. 30 minutes, give it a try. Try phone banking, right? And if it's not for you, you can walk away at least saying you have the experience, and you can do like the whole stolen valor thing, like, oh, I made the difference in the election, right? You can do that, right? So give it a try. You're not going to lose anything. But 30 minutes of your time, and might have a good experience.
And think about how happy people will be to get a call from a random number that isn't about reaching them about their car's extended warranty. So that already, you're operating at a colossal advantage right then and there.
Sure, you're asking them questions. It's nice.
You're clearing a very low bar.
Yeah.
Yeah, like this is. People have been calling this like the biggest election of 2023, and it really is. In a lot of ways, it's a microcosm for the election in 2024. Like, I think like a lot of the mechanisms are kind of at play in Wisconsin are kind of echoed on a national scale, and we need to be able to an extent, treat this like, hey, we're getting ready for an even bigger fight. Treat this as your opportunity to train. You're in the shonen anime now. Okay, you're going up on the mountain. You're punching trees. You're building up the strength in your fists so you can come back and win the ultimate title. Okay, that's how we need to be treating kind of 2023, because in 2024 there's going to be a massive need for people to turn out, to volunteer and get out there.
In which, I don't know if we discussed this when Lance and Vosh were here, but I mean, even just as a reminder to their audiences, in 2020, the guy who is right now running as the conservative candidate, Daniel Kelly, he was involved. He was implicated in a scheme with the Republican Party in Wisconsin to help steal President Biden's electoral votes in Wisconsin by sending fake electors to Washington, D.C., and having then Vice President Pence certify them. He was paid 6 figures to do it, okay? And President Trump at the time attempted to disqualify 221,000 votes to steal Biden's electoral wins. And the only reason that didn't succeed was because one swing conservative judge had an attack of conscience and voted with the 3 liberal justices on the Supreme Court. And that was it. Donald Trump is more than likely going to be the 2024 nominee, unless, again, a miracle happens. Let me retract that. I almost said DeSantis getting the nomination was a miracle. I retract that. Hail Mary there. But
Clip it, chat. Clip it. Go now. Do your thing. You know what to do. Go. Fly to Twitter, my pretties.
Isn't that scary that we're in a situation where even for a second somebody might think that that's a miracle just to avoid Donald Trump? That's terrifying. But the point is, if he tried it in 2020, what the hell's going to stop him from trying in 2024? Is this a man who has learned his lesson? Is this a man who exercises a limiting principle? Would we have any reason to believe that he won't try again? No, we have every reason to believe that he's going to try again. And if a guy who tried to help him steal the election in 2020 is in a position to help him steal the election in 2024, why won't he?
Hell, I firmly believe that he did learn his lesson. He learned that he's not in jail, so he can do more horrid shit to try harder.
Yeah.
As I was saying before, before Lance and Bosch came in, there is our conservative friends understand the importance of the judiciary, right? Like, just like in lefty circles, it's not something that we discuss very often. It's not a big topic of conversation until it's too late, right? Yeah, right. It's not. We don't have judges on like a swimsuit calendar, right? We don't have.
But we should.
Yet.
But we should. Holy crap!
Who doesn't want to see John Roberts in a Speedo in April for the Supreme Court judge?
I am glad I'm being recorded from the chest up right now. But okay, but our conservative friends, like, they understand the importance of the Supreme Court, and it's been a decades-long project to alter the judiciary, and under the Trump administration, they did a damn good job doing that. And we're dealing with the consequences now. Again, it's not always clear who is going to be in the right place at the right time to make that correct decision, right? Or at the very least, you trust to have the wisdom to make the correct decision, right? But right now, we have a judge, Judge Janet. And she would be in that key place, right? She would be that swing vote in a place that matters, in a place that could go blue or red, depending on a slim majority in the electorate. So if you want to make a difference there, right, which might matter, like literally might matter for the 2024 election, right? The altering the judicial landscape might be too big for you. Right, deciding the fate of a swing state might be too big for you, but you could help get this one person in place so that if it comes down to it, and it might, we'll have the right person in place to make the right call and might decide the election.
Yeah.
You know what's funny about what you were saying earlier about Donald Trump and Ron DeSantis? I personally think that Ron DeSantis is done because he tried to do the passive-aggressive thing. He was trying to be like, I don't really know anything about paying off porn stars, you know, and you don't do that on Trump. Trump is like, you got to go aggressive. It's like the only way to survive. Trump just has to turn around and be like, that guy fucks kids. Like, that's fucking, he's a groomer. He's a pedophile. Have you seen it? Yeah, he's a fucking groomer, that guy. Look at him. He fucks kids. And what are you going to do then? Like, you got nothing, right? Like, Ted Cruz went the distance because Ted Cruz was like able to play that game eventually. He finally got to that point where he was like, oh, well, he said bad things about my wife, you know, but otherwise you're not going to survive.
I mean, honestly, I think DeSantis was done as soon as Trump started rolling out Meatball Ron. I don't think Ron DeSantis had.
Over.
Yeah, I don't think he.
Ron DeSanctimonious versus Meatball Ron.
I think honestly, like, Ron DeSantis heard Meatball Ron and was just like, how do I even respond to this? Like on a stage, how do I do that? And meanwhile, Trump's just out there going like, I would never call him Meatball Ron. I would never do that. Like, it's just,
Did you all hear the interview that he did with Sean Hannity recently, where he goes on this like
No.
8-minute anecdote about his relationship with Governor DeSantis, and it's standard Trump. Like, he takes every opportunity to insult him. I didn't know Ron very well, but Ron came to me. He was in tears. He was like, "Mr. President, I need your endorsement so bad." And I was like, "Ron, you kind of backed me, during my first impeachment, and so, but you listen, it's such a long shot. You're so behind in the polls." But he's like constantly talking shit about this guy for like 8 minutes, uninterrupted stream of consciousness, going back and forth on random tangents to take opportunities to blatantly shit talk DeSantis. And yeah, then you contrast that with DeSantis, who I think is trying to straddle this fine line again, where he's avoiding any head-on collision. But to your point, I don't think that works. Trump made mincemeat of people in the 2016 election who appealed to their conservative bona fides. There's no like, you take somebody like Ted Cruz. This dude's litigated in front of the Supreme Court multiple times. He went to Harvard. He's clearly a smart guy. He does a hell of an impression of an idiot, but he is a smart guy. Donald Trump is not very smart. And so when Cruz appeals to, ideology, and to his conservative bona fides, it was just simply no match. You have to be a wrecking ball, and he's more of a meatball, like you said. Ron DeSantis is not a wrecking ball; he's a meatball.
Yeah, I think, and I think we should all be thankful for that as well. I'm a MAGA communist. I fully support Donald Trump over Ron DeSantis. No, I mean it unironically, because obviously Donald Trump is terrible, But you saw his recent thing in front of the American.
Oh, no,
flag
I
where
agree. I agree.
Yeah, he's shitting on trans people. You can tell Donald Trump, he does not care about trans people. He doesn't. I doubt he understands much of what's going on. He doesn't follow the points. It seems like somebody just handed him like a script or a set of talking points, and they were like, okay, like, hey, it's not 2016 anymore. It's 2023, and these are the things we talk about. And he just like reiterated the same Trumpisms with those points slotted in. Ron DeSantis ideologically gets off to people suffering. I think man was at Gitmo. He personally is emotionally committed to suffering. Donald Trump
He was a
doesn't care
torture
about people.
whisperer.
Yeah.
He's
That was
been
his role. That was his actual role.
He's been identified by former detainees at Guantanamo for like, oh yeah, that's the guy who, while I was being tortured, laughed at me, and then when I couldn't take it anymore, I vomited in his face. Yeah, that guy.
He was supposedly employed, but I think it was an unpaid internship. I think, to Volch's point,
he paid to be there.
Pro
actually.
bono.
Donald Trump wouldn't have done any of that. He would have walked into Gitmo, called everyone there poor, and then walked out. He wouldn't.
Yeah.
He doesn't care.
Yeah.
See,
These are
Trump
facts.
Trump cares about applause. He's a narcissist. He's a megalomaniac. But it's entirely like an affirmation game. I think DeSantis would like cohesively and intelligently bring ruin to the fine people of this country. So I'm a MAGA communist. I support Donald Trump in his electoral endeavors, and then I support, let's be realistic here, Biden against him come 2024. All right.
So
DeSantis
Donald
is
Trump has the
actually-
endorsement of the biggest Dark Souls streamer on Twitch right now.
True.
That's gonna play. He's gonna have that, and his next NFT will be a picture of him and Vosh standing side by side.
God, I wish I'd hang that on my mantle.
I just want to, like, bringing it back to Wisconsin again, like, it's really hard to emphasize how bad Dan Kelly is when it comes to, like, women's rights in Wisconsin. Like, a lot of Republicans will be like, well, I'm against abortion, but I think there should be exceptions in the case of the life of the mother. Or, I'm against abortions, but I think birth control is good and should be allowed. Dan Kelly, like, wrote a series of blog posts between 2012 and 2016 where he literally argued that abortion should just be banned with no exceptions, and that birth control should also be made illegal. Like he's just full on into the whole look, if you have sex, you deserve to be just a baby maker. That's your role, okay?
Justice Thomas, Justice Clarence, the birth control thing I didn't know about, but I'm sure you all remember that when in the Dobbs decision, Justice Clarence Thomas was like, hey, maybe now we should revisit, and I can't remember if it was Lawrence or v. Texas or whatever the case is, that guarantees access to birth control. So that's another scary facet about Dan Kelly I didn't know about, that you've basically got a little mini Clarence Thomas here in Wisconsin who's like, hey, maybe birth control shouldn't be an option.
Well, that's always been the long-term goal here, because they don't give a shit about fetuses. They've never
No.
cared. The real reason they care about abortion is because obviously making abortion illegal would kind of artificially force women back into like an earlier era of domestic servitude. Same with birth control, right? It's pretty difficult to do the whole like independent girl boss thing when one sex is all it takes to inter you into 18 years of committed financial obligation, which you can't afford singly, by the way. Everything's so expensive right now. Like, you got to shack up for that unless you're some kind of, I don't know, venture capitalist in Silicon Valley, and the bank closure, maybe not even that's enough anymore. So yeah, it all comes back, I think, ultimately to like barefoot pregnant trad wives in the kitchen making gelatin pies or something.
Yeah, I mean, it's that mixed with like they want cheap labor. They want more people in the United States that they can exploit.
And it's why they hate trans women, because they invented a woman,
It's true.
who doesn't need birth control to not get pregnant.
It's true.
And I can't remember the particulars of the I know before we lost our majority in the House of Representatives federally, I know President Biden signed into law some sort of protection for gay marriage, if I remember correctly, but there were little asterisks along the way with respect to like state laws. And I can't remember what it is, but I do know Riverboat Jack, based on those blog posts that Dan Kelly made, he also said that Obergefell v. Hodges, which was the case that legitimized gay marriage, that was illegitimate. Those were his exact words. It was illegitimate and wrongly decided. So I don't want to talk on my ass here, but like, if there are certain concessions made in that bill that Democrats were able to squeak by in it's like November or December.
The Protect Equality Marriage Act or whatever.
Yeah.
Right. So now imagine in a state that it's 3 seats away from getting a Republican supermajority in its state legislature, and then if Dan Kelly wins, it would be a conservative Supreme Court. So imagine a situation where this guy who, like you said, he's anti-trans, he's anti-birth control, anti-abortion, apparently anti-gay marriage. Why again would we assume that there would be any protections for any of those things? Birth control, abortion, gay marriage. A lot of people will, I think, cope and say, well, gay marriage, it's really not in danger. It's a settled issue. And to me, it's like, if conservatives on a national level are targeting birth control, which is, I think, even less controversial to people than gay marriage, then they will absolutely seek to undo gay marriage protections if given the opportunity. And we should assume that that'd be the case here in Wisconsin.
Okay, real quick, I'm going to pull in the Humanist Report. Here we go. Hello.
Nice.
Hope we didn't keep you waiting too long. Welcome.
Mike.
No, not at all. I'm sorry for being late. I am a boomer when it comes to Discord, so the fact that you can hear me is, or at least I assume you can hear me, is good.
Yeah, we can hear you.
Okay, I don't know how to see you all, so I'm gonna work on that real quick.
Okay.
There we go.
There we go.
Nice.
Hey, Mike.
Okay, nice to see everyone. I'm so sorry. I'm such a boomer.
Good to see you,
No
Mike.
worries.
You're amongst
but-
boomers here. We're all.
Yeah.
I'm in
boomers
good
here,
company
Mike.
then. Okay, good. How we doing, folks?
Doing all right.
We're doing
We
great.
just endorsed Donald Trump in the 2024
We.
election.
Well, thank God.
You
I
were
don't want to
there
be the
with
only
me.
one.
No, I second. I want Donald Trump to beat Ron DeSantis. I think Donald Trump is more beatable than Ron Sanctimonious. So
Oh yeah.
I'd rather have Trump
Yeah.
beat Meatball Ron. Yes.
Also,
agree.
I'm team Trump right now.
Mike, why don't you introduce yourself? Where can people find you?
Well, I am Mike from the Humanist Report, and I post videos on YouTube every single day. I host the Leftist Mafia with my buddy Lance here every single Thursday. And yeah, I'm all around. Search the Humanist Report, and you'll find me. Probably somebody on the right talking shit, but nonetheless, you will find me if you search for that.
Which one of
Awesome.
you is the equivalent
Yeah.
of Don Corleone, if this is like the leftist mafia? Like, Which one of you is Marlon Brando's
Oh.
character?
Oof.
I don't know,
They're
Lance. What do you
both being
think?
modest.
It's definitely not me.
They're both thinking like, yeah, it's me.
Yes,
But
it's
they
No,
don't wanna- yeah.
no, I don't have that personality. I'm like, I don't want it, sir. I do not want to be granting favors and deciding who lives or dies.
Yeah, well, then
Okay.
Mike, I guess.
Okay,
I
well
guess
then,
it's you.
yeah, Mike can take it.
well then, who's waking up
Okay.
next to the horse head?
I'm just trying to remember who was the rat.
Everyone's
Who's the
thinking,
one no
yeah,
one wants
it's me.
wants
I'm
to
waking
be?
up next to the horse head. Yeah.
It's a regular Saturday night for me. Mike, it's nice to meet you. I don't think we've ever talked in person before.
Nice to
but
meet you too.
Yeah.
Um,
Prime
Mike,
just
I'm
knew who
Willow.
I am. But yeah, I wanted to relate this back since we have a new person here. Of my do another call to action.
Yeah, let's do it.
To our great audience here who's been sticking with us. We want you, if you have a moment, and I'm sure you do. I'm sure you have a bit of time, right, to get involved in this race. This is the Wisconsin race, and Judge Janet is trying to get on the Wisconsin Supreme Court, and it's a very important decision, election, a very important moment, and it would swing the court. It would give us a fighting chance of unfucking the state in terms of gerrymandering, right? This is one of those few times where you know that your efforts actually add up to something big, right? And it takes a very little effort on your end. Go to progress.win, and it will take you to a form, right? You fill out the form, you get access to the Discord. It gives you all the information to be a part of this. To Canvas, right? If you can get to Wisconsin, that's fantastic because it's super effective. Or you can try phone banking, and it's very easy. You can do it from home. You don't have to use your own phone to do so. But in a very short amount of time, you can contact a whole bunch of voters. Please consider, if you have the time, and just a little bit of time will do, half hour maybe, right? To be involved in this election.
Yeah, it's this is really the opportunity that we have, because this election will determine the electoral maps, essentially, for Wisconsin, which will in turn open all kinds of new doors in Wisconsin or leave them shut for the next 10 years. So this is the one opportunity we get in the foreseeable future. The one shot to, as Prime said, unfuck Wisconsin.
Another I want to promote that Prime has been saying, these elections can be won with very, very slim margins, and you're not playing against people who play fair, okay? We're talking about a party that has George Santos in it. Do you know the things that George Santos has convinced the world of? Do you know what he's gotten away with? It blows my mind. How does a single human being go for this long? And some of them are more absurd than I ever thought humanly possible. And this is real. George, he's a real thing, you know? He's like Santa Claus. And if we believe in him, he's real. And all I'm saying is that they don't play fair. They're pieces of shit. So get out there, phone bank, canvas, knock on doors, phone calls, whatever you got to do, because that's what you're up against.
That guy defrauded the Amish. It's crazy that he's anywhere near a seat of power.
I didn't know about that one.
Oh yeah,
See, case in point.
He bounced
order list.
He bounced a bunch of checks to the Amish for puppies.
At this point, it's a shorter list of people he did not defraud. So I'm actually about to step out. Before I do, I just want to say, so I was in Milwaukee a couple of weeks ago canvassing. The election is on April 4th. I don't know what Progressive Victory and what Progress Libs is doing in terms of canvassing. I think they're doing it this weekend as well. They're still canvassing. So I would encourage people, if you have the opportunity, if you're local in Wisconsin, or if you're not local, I'm sure that Progressive Victory and Progress Libs can make arrangements for you. It was a lot of fun. Even in the cold, it was a lot of fun. I had no bad interaction. The best interaction I had with a person was a conservative, believe it or not. And it was really good for even introverts as well, people who have told me that they would never have done something like this. Well, they did do it, and they had a good time. They've, Prime and Riverboat Jack and Lance, they've all made the case here for why this election is so important. And to quote the great sage philosopher Marshall Mathers, we don't. This is our opportunity. We don't. I couldn't do it with a straight face. I folded. I was gonna quote.
Oh, that was
Eminem.
pure mum spaghetti. I gotta tell you.
Yes, exactly. Oh, sorry. So anyway, I'm Josiah. You can find me at Pondering Politics on YouTube, where I bitch about Republicans ad infinitum. And guys, it was really nice talking with you all. Hope you have a great rest of your day.
It was lovely
It was a
having you.
pleasure.
Thank you for giving us so much time.
Very nice.
Absolutely. Bye, everybody.
And also, so the main canvassing day that we're working on is April 2nd, which is this coming Sunday. And you will have an opportunity, if you turn out the canvas, to meet Judge Janet in person, which is always really cool. So anyone who can make it out to Wisconsin for April 2nd, you can meet the candidate and also put in a lot of really good work. We've been talking about how effective canvassing is, and this is your chance to go and do that. Or phone bank. You can do either. Or both.
Yeah.
Why not?
There's I can, and I was saying this before, and I'll say it again, that there's a chance to engage with politics in an active, kinetic fashion, right? Where so oftentimes, I mean, you guys are audiences of Twitch streamers and YouTube essayists, right? You usually like politics is just coming at you from a TV screen. That's the way most of us interact with these things. But this is a chance to actually have a chance to do something active, to get your hands dirty, honestly, right? And while there are other opportunities to do so, like getting involved in like your city council or something like that, right? Like there are other opportunities there, but there are rarely these opportunities in which it's so plainly crucial, right? And it takes like a relatively small effort from your end, even if you aren't from Wisconsin, even if you aren't in the States, as Riverboat Jack was saying previously, right? You can still be involved, right? If you care about American elections for wherever you might be, you can get involved. You can do canvassing. It's not just for people in the States. You can't give money. You can't give money if you're not a U.S. citizen, but you can, at the very least, do phone banking, right?
Mhm.
So progress.win, right? Put that in your browser. Progress.win. It'll send you to a form, fill out the form, and they can get you involved. It's that simple.
Yep.
Yeah, and I just want to point out that like when you talk to people in person, it is very different than the interactions that we have in a YouTube comment section on Twitter. People aren't as likely to jump down your throat. I mean, I've never done door knocking, but I've canvassed, and the overwhelming majority of people that you talk to are very, very polite. Like you might have some disagreement or pushback here and there, but it's much more difficult to dehumanize someone when you're speaking to them. So they're not as likely to be mean. And so it's a matter of like just doing it, because I understand how intimidating it could be, especially if you're really introverted. Just taking that first step and talking, like it's, as long as you do one, you can do two and then three. It's just a matter of like taking that initiative, and it's really difficult, but you just have to put yourself out there, and it's really not as scary once you do it.
Yeah, and I just want to say, it's also one of those knowledge gap things as well. If you watch any of us, I imagine you're committed to educating yourself in political matters, and that's an admirable cause. But it's you can learn about a lot of stuff online. There's some stuff you have to experience, and as Mike was saying, the experience of talking to a person about politics in person, a person you don't know, maybe even a person who disagrees with you on some stuff, really do think you'll be shocked at people's capacity to default to kindness, even through disagreement. The internet doesn't show that. I mean, you can go, for example, I saw a poll just the other day. So, I mean, big poll, Pew Research, right? All Americans asked people, how important do you think it is to use a trans person's new name and pronouns? Not everyone said it was super important, sure. But you know how many people said that they just wouldn't use their name and pronouns? 11%. Now, if you went and you looked online right now, you might think just intuitively, it's 50-50. Republicans won't do it. So, okay, you got Republicans, non-Republicans. In reality, real people, are a lot kinder than that. And I think if you can remind yourself of that, you can also dispel from your mind some of the worst elements of far right propaganda, which are effective not only in moving their people over, but also in making you feel hopeless.
Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
because
11%. That's wild.
they-
It's like. No, sorry. Go ahead.
well, they
11%?
benefit from making you hopeless, right? Like every time you go full doomer, every time your friend group goes full doomer, it's less likely that they turn out for elections. Every time someone goes full doomer, it's far less likely that not only are they not going to turn out for elections, but they're not going to turn out to volunteer or phone bank or canvas. They're far less likely to talk about it in their friend groups, and like that kind of attitude can be contagious to a degree. You know, it's kind of like when you're talking with somebody who's very depressed and very committed to being depressed, and they're just like, no, you know, like it's the political equivalent of that. It's dampening the enthusiasm for turnout. So it's really important to combat that. And the best way to combat it is by getting out there and actually like moving around and like talking with people, bouncing energetically off of folks, and that just reminds you that all politics is at the end of the day is talking with people, and that is the important heart of all of this that can often get very lost in the conversations we have about it. And Mike, I was going to ask you. We've all been talking about this race for a while. What are your thoughts on Wisconsin?
Well, I care about Wisconsin for sure, but I'll admit I'm very self-interested. So this affects all of us in the country. So even though I'm in Oregon, I feel like I have a really vested interest in this race because, let's say hypothetically speaking, Trump is the GOP's nominee. Probably going to happen. Let's say it doesn't go his way. Well, this whole fake elector scheme that he tried back in 2020, he wasn't successful because there were people in positions of power that didn't let him do the coup. In this instance, one of the individuals in this race, the Republican, he was in favor of fake electors. And so when you're this close, you need somebody who's going to defend democracy. And so it's not just about Wisconsin, in my opinion. It's about protecting American democracy, which is in a very, very vulnerable state currently. And so in any way that you can put people in power that will kind of bolster democracy, I think you have to do that. And this is basically ground zero currently for protecting democracy. You know, her election here, I think she has like a 10-year term if she were to get elected. That is 10 years that we don't have to worry about this one state swinging in that direction. So, you know, this is really, really important. And I'm glad that so many people are taking the initiative to get involved because this affects all of us. I mean, certainly, again, the people of Wisconsin really care and they should, but I care as well. And all of us should really.
Mm-hmm.
You brought up a fantastic point, Mike, about the institutions, right, that keep democracy up and running. And it's often said America has strong institutions, and that's one of the reasons that, like, it literally hasn't fallen to fascism yet, right? Like, but those institutions are built on people. They're just a collection of individuals, right, given authority, and they can be undermined, and they can be replaced, right? And so, like we saw this, just like a thing that pops into my mind is Scott Pruitt, who ended up being Trump's like EPA guy, who like hated the EPA and did everything he could to undermine that and make it weaker, right? Now we can't do anything about the EPA; it's outside of our power. But this institution, which is important, state elections, state courts are important. Especially when we're talking about larger elections, you have a chance to do something about that. But I just really love that idea because people, I think, just assume these institutions will be there. Right? They've always worked before, so I guess always work in the future. But no, they're just a collection of people. And if you don't have the right person, then that institution will make the wrong decision. It will fail when you need it to succeed.
Yeah, that's such a great point because we have kind of all become accustomed to democracy because it's all that we know, you know, us in America and Canada. But what a lot of people don't realize is that democracies are very, very fragile. And the overwhelming majority of democracies around the globe end up dying in their very early stages. So democracy isn't something that just exists. Like it requires routine maintenance and a buy-in of the population. And when you see people start to doubt democracy and they distrust the institutions, that's when you really have to get involved, because if we just sit idly by and allow democracy to die, it will. And it feels like that's kind of like hyperbolic or some kind of like a far future event, right? But no, it's very, very important that right now people do what they can to protect democracy. You can't take it for granted, because again, democracy is a very fragile thing. And just because it's the only thing that we've known in the United States, it's a flawed system. Of course, we have to improve democracy, but we still have a democracy nonetheless. But just because that's what we've always known doesn't mean that that's going to be the status quo in perpetuity. We have to fight for it. And this is where we do that in this particular race.
Yeah,
And you can defend democracy without pants on and with your fingers covered in Cheeto dust, right? Like that's
True,
the
that's
opportunity we're
true.
giving you. Progress.win. Type it in.
Yeah.
Right.
Yeah, this election in particular is just to me, like, when we look at the particulars in this race, this seems to be I don't want to say democracy is dead in Wisconsin, because it's not. We still have a fighting chance, but democracy is certainly injured. If you look at the gerrymandering that's in Wisconsin, it's ridiculous. You can we talked about it a bit earlier in the stream, but if the Wisconsin state legislature, if Republicans get 50% of the vote, they get 65% of the seats. If Democrats get 50% of the vote in Wisconsin, they get 35% of the seats. It's ridiculously weighted in Republicans' favor. And so what we're really looking at here when we're looking at this swing judge is whether or not Wisconsin is going to be a functioning democracy, or if it's going to be de facto just not democracy anymore. I don't know exactly what you would call it in Wisconsin, but people are not going to have an equal vote and an equal voice in their representative government.
Yeah, don't underestimate how Republicans can turn these states into basically dystopian fascistic hellholes. I mean, look at Florida, where you have Republican lawmakers proposing unconstitutional rules that require journalists who criticize the government to register with some sort of a state agency. Like, these are things that are really scary. Like, it feels like American democracy is kind of like Mr. Magoo, because we keep dodging like all of these holes that we could easily fall in. I mean, the biggest threat last year, and still is a threat arguably, is Moore v. Harper, the Supreme Court case where the justices could say that independent state legislature theory is valid. And if that's the case, it would allow for mass gerrymandering and worse. But based on oral arguments, it seems like some of the Supreme Court justices, even the conservative ones, aren't in favor of that. But that doesn't mean that, like, we dodge that bullet, there's not going to be another one coming at us. Like, it's a constant battle, especially in this age where you have one of two major parties just go explicitly fascist. I mean, how many Republicans could you accurately describe as like straight up fascist? At this point, I'd say it's like 60-70% if I'm being charitable. So there's going to be areas where we're successful and areas where we lose, but it's going to be a constant battle, and it's going to remain this way for at least a decade. And that's if we keep at this same pace. But the second that we kind of let our foot off the gas, they're going to win. Like, they're going to monopolize, or not monopolize, but they're going to capitalize on our ambivalence. So we just can't let them do that. So that's why I want people to take these things very seriously.
Yeah.
Mike, did you hear about Matt Gaetz' new aide? Apparently, his military advisor. Apparently, the guy is a war criminal who straight up was found guilty of shooting someone in the face while trying to get information from them. Yeah, Ken Klippenstein just did a new article in The Intercept about it. The story goes that he was interrogating someone, and his version of the story is that the person escaped and then tried to grab his weapon and then, made an advance for his men. And then the other people's testimony was like, he was asking him questions and at a certain point pinned him down and shot him in the face, and was found guilty of that and is obviously a fucking monster. But was granted clemency because of right-wing Republicans who basically advocated for him to get like a linear sentence, and now he's Matt Gaetz' military advisor. So
I mean,
the pipeline
it doesn't surprise me, especially remember how after Kyle Rittenhouse was acquitted, there were like Republicans arguing with each other about how no, he's going to be my intern. No, he's going to be my intern. They just I mean, you don't even have to go back that far, even though that wasn't that far technically. Like, go back a couple of months to the Club Q shooting when Republican propagandists were basically saying that the LGBTQ plus community were asking for it because they were grooming kids. I mean, these people are kind of just admitting everything that they think right now. Like, they're attempting a genocide against trans people. So like, don't underestimate how ruthless they are. They don't care about democracy, and they're actively trying to undermine democracy because that's really the only way that they could impose their theocratic will on all of us. So you've got to fight these people and not take the threat lightly, because it's serious.
Something Greg Abbott wanting an entire list of all the trans people in the state of Texas because, oh, I don't know, reasons. That's what he said.
Yeah, these are not normal times that we're living in. It's not like the regular Republican Party, on average, is good. Like, the 2000s Republicans were terrible too, but like they kind of go back and forth. They oscillate between just terrible neocons who are bigots to outright fascists. And we're in the fascist phase right now, and we've got to defeat that.
Oh yeah, like the Tennessee GOP have been pushing a bill currently through their legislature to get drag queens to register as adult entertainers with the state. And weirdly enough, the drag queen provision is written so broadly that it just happens to apply to a lot of trans people. It's just so vague. We were talking about vaguely worded law earlier and how that serves kind of fascistic ends. And yeah, they're just they're weirdly trying to get registries of trans people.
Yeah, something about male and female impersonators, and then does not go on to define what the hell that means.
Yep.
Yeah,
So, like,
and as you said, being vague is the point. And when you take into consideration like these registries that they want to create, with the fact that they want to disarm trans people, I think Vosh had a great tweet about this. I think I retweeted it because it's like, this is a warning sign. Like, we've seen so many warning signs right now that this moment is very, very dangerous. So people need to wake up because it's looking really bad right now.
Yeah, I think it's worth identifying the different systems of persecutions that Republicans have engaged in historically. So obviously Republicans have reified a lot of white supremacist institutions in this country, but the way in which they've done so and the way in which they've treated black people have always been, I would say, fairly implicit. Republican messaging doesn't lean towards explicit racism. It usually leans towards the assumption that we already live within a meritocracy, and therefore any differences in performance between black and white people must be due to some kind of cultural difference. But this doesn't usually manifest in a kind of like broad, sweeping, categorical denunciation of black people. It usually has to be euphemized. They'll either say like thugs or whatever if it's Fox News, or they'll talk about Black Lives Matter. But even then, when they did that, they focused a lot on white Antifa guys. So there's always been a layer of abstraction when it comes to the way in which they promote racism, at least for the past, I'd say, like 40 or so years, but not with trans people. Really open, really overt, really explicit, very, very direct. And we have to recognize two patterns, right? One of which is, this is a new kind of, I don't want to say new kind of bigotry, but at least in terms of the modern GOP, this is definitely a distinct, recognizably different way of pursuing like an anti-minority group set of behaviors. And two, they show no signs of slowing down. Everything they've done has been escalate, all the way from 2016, 17, 18, 19. It's only gone up. So I don't think there's any reason to look at what they're doing right now, which is like trying to form lists, trying to criminalize. There was a bill recently, like charging trans people to felony if they use a public restroom. Against the assigned sex or whatever, which again doesn't happen to cis people. If you're a cis guy and you can like bumble into a woman's restroom, go walk out, and police don't show up for that. This is obviously a very specific level of cultural and legal denunciation, and they're pretty clearly going after trans people's Second Amendment rights here. Okay, I feel like if you really do believe from them every accusation is a confession, is something revealing, I feel like the writing's on the wall. There's no reason to think they're going to slow this down. So the highest level of caution has to be applied when it comes to like are assumptions on where this is going. Anybody who made like any underestimation of how far this would have gone over the past 8 years has been wrong. It keeps getting worse.
Yeah,
Also-
as a
Oh, go
trans
ahead.
person, I'd just say, fellow trans people, please get your papers, get your passport, and then whatever you need to do to be safe, make sure you have those things on hand, whether it's pepper spray, knives, whatever, or more than that.
I don't have my birth certificate changed, but you can bet your ass I have my passport.
Yep.
Yeah.
And I'd like to disagree on one small point in it not affecting cis people. It totally affects gender nonconforming cis women, but you know,
yeah.
the
for
Republicans
sure,
in
for
power
sure, yeah.
don't give a shit. If you're not performing femininity as a woman and performing masculinity as a man to a level that they find acceptable, then you get punished for it. Because they absolutely, it goes back to what I was saying earlier, you cannot be a human being and not have your actions tainted by your ideology, influenced or motivated by ideology. And their ideology is to actively harm us.
It really goes back to the dog chasing the car, because eventually you're going to get more and more stories of like 53-year-old suburban white women who vote red getting the police called on them for entering the women's restrooms because they don't look like, you know, a Dove model. And you're just going to hear that because, like, again, we can always tell people cannot, in fact, always tell. So we're
No,
going a
all-
natural
all-
consequence.
All the video footage I have seen so far, people freaking out in restrooms, have been Karens basically wanting to kick in doors because they think that like this is a trans woman. It's like, oh, I can see your penis, and it's like, why are you filming inside of a bathroom stall? You're the one who's causing a problem right now. What is going on here?
But Vosh, well, I'll disagree with you ever so slightly there. Is that this will fall more on African Americans, right? This will fall more on minorities, like Black women. Their femininity has been questioned by like American society for a very, very long time, and we've seen this in terms of like sports, right? Like God, I wish I had that case in front of me, but there was like a young girl playing in some sports, and she was challenged, right? Because we have those laws now. We can challenge like the gender identity or sexual identity of a child, right? And challenge to say this person is not actually a woman and or a girl in this case. And that happens to African Americans, right? We're told that we are somehow suspicious in one way or other. And this is just another way that can otherize us, even if we are indeed cis.
Well, so to build on that real quick, that's absolutely true, but also keep in mind that these laws are vaguely worded and also going to be selectively enforced, like we were talking about earlier. So, like, I don't think it's going to happen all that often that, like, a white Karen is going to be arrested by the cops and charged with this, you know, because, frankly, it's going to be used selectively to discriminate against the enemies of the GOP. Like that's
absolutely
if they can tell. But
Yes.
you know, they at the point of calling, they might not be able to.
Right.
Well, I mean, they can't. We see it. They can always tell people. You know, obviously, this will be used selectively against trans people. I'm not saying it's like a leopard face eating party kind of dealio. I only mean like these laws, their implementation is so obviously, to say the very least, inconvenient to everybody. And I do think, you know, I hope it's like with the abortion thing. You can preach and preach and preach, but when you actually have to put the laws to the books, it turns out a lot of this shit is absolutely insane and will make people unhappy. And I do think that'll contribute significantly to getting independents a little bit, you know, a little more engaged. And
Yeah.
they see the consequences of not participating in the system.
100%. I mean, look
chastity
at
belts was going to be popular.
look at mother of two, married First Lady Michelle Obama, and how many times she got accused of being trans weekly. Do you know how many times I've been accused in public of being trans? I'll give you a hint. It starts with 0, and it ends with 0. It's 0. It's 0, Vosh. Yeah. And that's
Could
it.
it be 0, 1, 0, 0? Could that be it?
No,
Yeah,
not even
0,
linear,
1
just 0.
million.
I've never been
Zero,
harassed in
okay.
public, and I have been around when other people who look less femme than I am have been harassed in public for being when they're not.
Yeah,
I mean, from what I'm seeing from like the online standard of accusing people of being trans, it seems to be like wearing anything that's pastel and not looking exactly like Kim Kardashian. Except even then, it doesn't even seem to like it's there's like no standard or cohesion there, which means
they've
that
clocked J.K. Rowling before. What does that tell you? You know,
They've clocked
Yeah.
Jamie Lee Curtis and Sigourney Weaver before,
right?
Well,
Yeah,
well,
people
Emma
who
Watson.
have just like a lot of plastic surgery, they've done that too, right?
hey,
but-
they're really good at identifying a certain subsection of trans people, though, and it's the trans people who have trans flags in their bios. Okay, it's those of us who actually just
Detectives on the
publicly
case.
identify ourselves as trans are the ones who they can always tell. It's weird.
They've clocked me. They've gotten me.
Oh, same here.
But like, yeah, like all of this is at stake in Wisconsin. Like we're talking about all these broad issues, but like all of these issues are reflected in this one Wisconsin race. And I before Mike came, like I was talking a little bit about how this is practice. This is our training for 2024. This is where we can apply ourselves and learn and grow together as like all of our communities together can get something out of this, and then we can apply it in the battles to come. You know, it's this is our chance. This is our opportunity, and we need to make the most of it.
And to do that, I'm going to do it again. Progress.win. Put that in your URL. That takes you to the form. It's actually very easy, right? They got like a pipeline to get you started. Part of it will be joining the Discord that we just happen to be in right now. The streamers you're looking at. There's a community. I don't think we've talked about that. At least not when I was here. There's like a community of people within this Discord that you can just talk to, just hang out and chill. But also that you can ask for information. Right? If you're a little confused about how all this works, well, there's a community here who wants you to succeed. Remember, within the context of a campaign, like your time is valuable. We only have so much time until the election. Election is very close. There's only so many doors you can knock on if you happen to be canvassing. There's only so many calls that can be made, even if it's automated. So they're trying to get you to be as effective as possible. Part of that is making sure that the people you're interacting with are the right people and that like they're democratic leaning. Also, the other part is that like you understand like what you're doing, that you feel comfortable with it, right? That you're not just like fumbling around and nervous and everything. Like, so if you think that when you're doing this, you're not going to have the information necessary, that you're kind of going into this blind, you're wrong. The information is right here within the Progressive Victory Discord space, right? So just go to progress.win, fill out that form, you'll get access. We'd love to see you here.
Yeah, and if you have, if any of you find streamers and YouTubers have bots set up in your chat, you can use !canvas to get a link for the canvassing effort specifically, and you can use !phone bank for the phone banking effort specifically. But you can access both of those through progress.win, so you can, however you want to do it, okay? This is America, it's freedom, or something like that, you know, whatever.
Yeah, I mean, does anyone else here know of you guys? We're all in this space where we talk about politics, right? But like, I'm sure you've gotten complaints that like the things that you do are pointless, right?
Yeah.
Has anyone heard that?
Yeah,
here?
of course.
Yeah. And that like you aren't actually making a change. Well, okay, we're giving you this opportunity, right? And it's a really simple one to take. Just a few minutes of your time. And I'm sure you have, between now and the election, I'm sure you'll have a half hour to assist. So consider assisting, right? And actually making that difference.
Yeah.
No, absolutely. You're totally right. Here's the thing: if you're getting disillusioned on politics, if you're disillusioned with the democratic system, guess what? It's not the be all end all. Okay, this is like one little moment, and you help out, you canvas, you do some phone calling. But guess what? If you all want to contribute in other ways, you can. You can do direct action. You can join an organization like Food Not Bombs. You can try to join an LGBTQ plus org in your area, and guess what? You'll make a lot of friends. You'll have a wonderful time. You'll meet people. You'll make a difference. Donate blood. Tell someone you love them. Hug a dog. Hug a puppy. Whatever it is, find your center, but do it and get it participating. You'll feel a million times better afterwards. I promise you. It's real. You don't even have to do it to help anyone out. Do it for selfish reasons. You'll feel wonderful.
Yeah.
You know what? You got social media. You can do that too. You can talk about things that are important to you. Get other people involved. Tell them about things like this. Tell them about the importance of politics. You know, some of the people here, like myself, like Jack, like probably all of us in at least some ways, we don't get to sit out of politics because our existence is on the chopping block. It's
Yeah.
not just rhetorical. Real people are involved in these decisions.
And if you value having no kings, no masters, then you need to get out there and protect the one system that keeps those kings and masters from seizing power. Okay?
Racist GOP will place tariffs on our Dark Souls, a Japanese game. We have to fight to keep reasonable import prices for our Dark Souls games.
I really feel like
like
that
Canada.
Quote, I should have worn my shirt that says "No gods, no masters, only Ferb."
Yeah. How about we go around with some closing thoughts, because we're getting close to 9. I'm feeling like this is a good point to stop, unless people would like to continue the
wonderful.
combo.
I have to take my dog out. I was going to quickly say, America, don't become like us. Don't become like Canada. My head of state is the goddamn King of England. Yeah, the King of England is my head of state. But you beat the fucking British. That's right. You kicked the British's ass. You fucking floored them. That should be a point of honor for every single one of you. So don't let democracy fall. Don't fall again to the British. Don't let the king come over, all right? That family of pedos and colonizers. Fuck them. No, you are better than that, America. You can do this. Get out there in democracy.
Hell yes.
Oh,
It was
awesome.
really fucking weird seeing an official Canadian legal document referencing like the King of England.
It's true,
It's so
right?
weird.
It's weird. It's really weird.
The first time I went to Canada, I drove into Toronto and I stopped the night before, like an hour and a half out, and I turn on the TV at the hotel, and the first thing is about some like retrospective on Queen Elizabeth. This was back in 2016. I'm just like, man, they really fucking adore the Queen here, don't they?
Oh, they love her. Love her. She's on our money. Yeah, she's everywhere.
I saw your plastic money.
Our plastic money. But our money is also gay as fuck, which is also awesome. I say that
True,
as someone
true.
in the rainbow. It's pretty dope.
Sorry.
I guess. Okay, no. If we're going doing closing statements, I'll try to give one here. I think that it is worth it to put effort out to create infrastructure, right? And in this case, political infrastructure. I think our side has not done enough. Meaning the broad left side, right? Has not done enough there. Our eyes are focused on national elections, specifically the presidency, right? And you look at a person like Obama, right? Who comes in, who gives great speeches, and you're like, well, this guy is going to save me. That guy's not going to save you. He didn't save you, right? Biden is not going to save you. Bernie, if you are of that persuasion, is not going to save you, right? Even if you put Bernie within Bernie within the oh god.
I'm joking.
No, it's fine. Yeah,
Sorry.
No, but like, yeah, if you put him within the presidency, right? He cannot get things done without an infrastructure backing him. This comes in a lot of different ways, right? This comes within our federal legislator, that we call that Congress. It comes in the party, like the Democratic Party infrastructure. It comes within the state and local party infrastructure, right? That people to help him out, right? To get things done. Not even if you pass a law like is that even going to be implemented? Right? We saw this of Obamacare and the Medicare expansion, where it's just like not implemented. Right? People have states have an option to implement them, and lots of states just aren't implementing those things. It's a matter of infrastructure building. And this is a time that we're putting in a keystone, if I'm going for an architecture motif here. Like a keystone here would be this person going to the Wisconsin Supreme Court. Wisconsin, a very purplish state, right? A state where a few thousand votes, where it matters. And someone's going to rule on those votes. Which votes are valid, right? How are we going to have a recount if it comes down to that? Like, that happens here. And you have an opportunity to help with that infrastructure. So I would implore you, dear audience members, to consider taking just a bit of your time to help build that infrastructure. And Judge Janet would be part of that for us.
You're here.
Okay. Oh, was that good? All right.
That was great. That was great.
My name's Prime Kai. You too. I guess I did it.
You did it.
Anyone else? Closing thoughts?
Yeah, I'd be happy to. Look, whether or not you think the electoral system is capable of meaningfully moving this country in a positive direction, and I think it is, not at a speed I'm happy with, but still, it's a speed, and a speed is better than no speed. There's something undeniable, and that is that the presence of Democrats in positions of power keeps Republicans from being in those positions of power. There are two directions the Republicans are capable of enacting their bad agenda. It is either legislatively or extra-legislatively. Legislatively would be the easiest for them if they were able to get that power. So I don't think they should. The majority of the people in this country do not agree with Republicans on a great many essential cultural issues, which is why I think that if they are denied the ability to achieve victory in an electoral fashion, if they are denied the ability to, through legalism, move this country in a bad direction, I think they're going to turn further towards extremism, to rely on a highly radicalized minority of this country to either attempt to deliberately seize power or just make a mess of things the whole way through. This would obviously be very bad, but it would be a lot better than them just legally owning the country anyway. I think that there's a lot of hard times, ahead. I think there's a lot for us to deal with, but I think an essential first step towards any kind of survival through those times is to make sure they don't ever get that institutional power.
Agreed.
Mike?
Yeah, so what I'll just say is going back to this idea of like not succumbing to doomerism, it's really easy to do that if you isolate yourself. And, that's increasingly easy to become isolated, especially, during the COVID era. But talking to people really does wonders. Like just getting out there and talking to like-minded people is genuinely good for your mental health. Like I speak from experience, somebody who I'm not necessarily introverted, but I kind of put myself in a little bit of a bubble and don't talk as much. But when I get out and talk to people, it really makes me feel better. Like even just like before the pandemic, I went to a town hall with my representative, and I just spent like an extra half an hour, 45 minutes just talking to people afterwards, because it feels good to kind of like recognize that what you see usually online, like Republicans and all this negativity, that isn't representative of the entire world. There are other people out there who are good people, who agree with you, who are willing to listen, and who appreciate you listening to them. Like just putting yourself out there and talking to other people, it really is something that is great. And I need to do it myself more often, but it makes you feel good, and it's just a matter of like taking that first step. So I just want to encourage people to do that. Like if it's hard to like give yourself the kick in the butt to do it, but just like force yourself. And it's a great opportunity to meet people, like phone banking, canvassing, especially canvassing. But like when you go out there and you talk to people, it will make you feel good. I promise you. You're gonna envision these disaster scenarios. You'll catastrophize. Oh, I talked to this Karen and she screamed at me to get off of her porch. There's a very, very small percentage that's going to happen. So, just put yourself out there and you will be rewarded for it. I promise you.
Yeah.
Yeah, and on that point, like if you're used to like engaging in politics on like Twitch or YouTube, right, in this politics space where it's very confrontational, like I have good news for you. Most people are better than us, right? Like most people aren't debate bro degenerates, and they're kind and they like are interested in what you have to say, right? Like if they happen to have the time, they open the door for you in case you're canvassing. The people really do want to engage. And even if they disagree, right, as someone else who was here previously said, if they disagree, oftentimes they'll do so respectfully. This is not Twitter, right? And what you're engaging in. Luckily, right, it's real life, and most people are actually pretty decent. So give it a try if you have the opportunity.
Yeah.
Yeah, let me just put this out there. I canvassed for LGBTQ plus rights back in like 2009, 2010, and things were starting to change then, but it was still a lot different. And like I recall like this lady who just as soon as I was like waiting on a corner and she approached me, but I made the initiative to talk to her. We ended up having like a 15-minute conversation and she was just like so excited. It was like word vomit. Like, "Oh my god, my son's gay. I agree. I really appreciate what you're doing." And like there are other people who are really wanting that same thing. You know, that conversation, that affirmation that they're not crazy in times that kind of makes you feel crazy. Like I feel like I have brain rot to the highest extent, and seeing other people and talking to other people, it really does help. So yeah.
Well, and there's a certain amount of momentum to it too, where like you're once you start, it gets a lot easier to keep doing it. You know, now you know what to expect. You know kind of what the parameters are. You know it's familiar territory for you. And like it gets much easier to do it next time around when there's another election you need to get involved in. And then you
totally
can
agree.
be the bridge.
I have to
get other
dip out.
people.
Sorry, I have to go
Oh.
pick up my dog from the dog
okay.
place. I love you all. I love you all.
Thanks for coming.
Amazing
Amazing
work.
lives.
You're the best. Everyone's awesome. You're all amazing, beautiful, and lovely. I'll see
Take
you.
care.
Bye. Willow, you got any closing thoughts? Got Willow? Got any closing thoughts?
Oh, sorry, I didn't hear. Sorry. Yeah, no, just as I was musing over how it kind of came full circle because Lance said sorry. But yeah, no, just sometimes you just got to get out there and do the thing. And remember, if nothing else, that the consequences of this will affect real people. It may seem rhetorical. It may seem like, oh, well, it doesn't really affect me, so I can let somebody else take the reins. That doesn't always work. Some races, even so far, even as recently as 2017, have been decided by a single vote. And real people, I mean, I'm just not going to hold back. If Dan Kelly gets elected, real people are going to suffer.
Yep.
A lot of people are going to suffer because of it. The party of Republicans currently is about power for power's sake and greed, and people are going to suffer. So do something about it. They can't win. Fuck them.
True. Thank you all so much for being here. This has been a really wonderful event. And I'm really hopeful. And folks, remember progress.win to sign up to volunteer. Just type that into your URL, your bar up top, whatever browser you use. Or if you are in a chat that has the bots, use ¡Canvas, phone bank, get involved. You can do it today. And I really
Sam, I just want to make Sam was here. I want to make sure that he has something to say before we close it up.
Sure. Yeah. I just I've been watching and enjoying it. This is Sam. For those of you who didn't get to see me at the beginning, I'm a project director with Progressive Victory, which is one of the groups that's organizing this canvas and phone bank for Wisconsin Supreme Court race. And I really want to thank all the streamers who joined. It's been a lot of fun to watch, very entertaining, and also really serious stuff, and it's really validating that so many of you are taking time on your evening to publicize this, because it's not one of those races that rises to the top of everybody's consciousness, but it's one of those that is going to have a really outsized impact, and it's actually going to like shape the playing field that we're playing with in the future elections. So it means a lot, and I'm really, really excited to see what we can do this weekend. Thanks.
May I actually say one more thing?
Go for it.
So to kind of tack on to the end of my doom and gloom, everyone wants us to suffer thing, is that, you know, there's an old adage that many hands make light work, and everything that you do, even if it's a little bit of phone banking, a little bit of donation, if you're in the U.S., not because of U.S. election laws, anything is a positive step forward. And a positive step forward, no matter how small, is still a positive step forward.
Agreed.
That's all. Thank you.
And we can. I'll just add, we can fucking do it. Okay, like we can do it. We have literally hundreds of people watching right now. If even like half of you, if even a quarter of you got out to actually volunteer and do canvassing or phone banking, that's literally thousands of people that we would be capable of reaching. And those are numbers that can objectively and mathematically change the course of the election in Wisconsin. So don't go telling yourself you don't matter, that you don't have any power, that you can't do this, because you can. All you need to do is put yourself out there, and we all together can do it. So that is that.
Well, this first day of hearing about this politics thing has been pretty informative, I have to say. This canvassing stuff, you know, I'll continue to promote it to my audience when appropriate. Thank you all very much, really. It's been a pleasure to speak to you all.
Agreed.
The Adderall shortage has been kicking my ass, so I'm going to go turn TTS on and fall asleep in my computer chair.
Okay.
Have a good day.
See ya.
I hope
Good
you
to
all
see
have
you,
a
bud.
wonderful day. I look forward to continuing to hear about the goings-ons, and I really hope we win this.
Agreed. Thanks for joining us, Vash.
Have a wonderful night.
You as well.
And Mike, again, thank you for turning out. I really, really appreciate it. And
Thank you.
also, just thanks for having me on your show. I know that was a while ago, but I really appreciated it.
Oh yeah. Always happy to try to promote like other voices, and yeah, thank you so much for the invite, and I really appreciate you doing this and holding this stream. I hope that people listen and get their asses in gear.
Yep. That's
I admit I wasn't really familiar with your content before tonight, but now I'm subbed to you on YouTube, and I'm gonna chew through some of that content.
you won't regret it. It's high
Oh,
quality.
I'm sure I won't.
Well, take care.
All right. Good night, everybody.
Have a great night, everybody, and thank you for inviting me, Jack.
Yeah, no problem. Thank you for coming, Willow, and Prime. Thank you. Always a pleasure.
Yeah, thank you for so much for having me here. We haven't talked in a while, but this was a lot of fun.
Yeah.
I think you put on a great show. Shout out to Jack for all of her hard work.
And thank you for helping with the shout outs and calls to action. You're really good at that.
Thank you. Yeah. Well, I mean, if you're a streamer, you're looking for cash. Like you learn to be.
Yeah, true. True. Well, good night, everybody.
Good night.
Good night.
All right.
And we're going to take this off screen real quick. Gotta hit some buttons. Do 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 do. BRB. That's the screen I need. There we go. There we go. There we go. We're gonna have a private call with Sam here. And here we go. We're just gonna do a little bit of a wrap up, folks. Do not panic. Do not panic. Do not panic just because I'm not on screen. Don't you do it. I know you. Y'all are panicking right now. Don't do it. Do 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 do. 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 Can I have a little panic as a treat? You certainly may, y'all. I'm panicking. Oh no. Oh no, do not. Do not do that. Oh god. Okay, it's fine. We fixed it. Do 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 do. Why do I look bright as the sun? Holy moly. That was just incorrect. Do 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 do.
Hey.
Hello.
Alright, Prime stayed behind it, so I just was talking with him for a second.
Oh, no worries.
Yeah.
Hello.
That went.
Sorry, what?
How do you feel like that went? I loved it. I really enjoyed it a lot.
I thought that went really, really well.
Yeah.
Just trying to.
A little more planning, a little more preparation goes a long way.
Yeah. No.
You did a great job.
Thank you.
Yeah.
1 second here. We're gonna throw you up on screen so people can see you. There we go.
Okay, you're still streaming. I didn't realize that.
Oh yeah.
Okay, cool.
I just thought maybe you'd want to say something to
Yeah,
the
sure.
to the
Absolutely.
folks.
Absolutely. Yeah. This was a I guess this was like a behind the scenes conversation, but yeah, we put a lot of time into planning this. Jack put a lot of time and effort into planning this, and I think it went great. So to Jack's audience, thank you so much for bearing with us through a long stream and caring, giving a crap about stuff like this, and also, oh, you know what, Jack? I bet there are a lot of members of your audience, maybe not all, but a lot of your members of your audience might be interested. Progressive Victory does electoral organizing, but we also do other stuff, and we have something that we actually posted in our Trans Culture Squad server just tonight. You probably didn't see it because you were getting ready to stream, but Progressive Victory is going to have in honor of Trans Day of Visibility.
Ooh.
We're going to have a what is it called? It's a voice training event for anybody who's interested. It's a free event. These are usually things that I know cost money, and we're gonna, we brought in someone who's a voice training coach who's gonna do an event, and it's this Friday in the Progressive Victory server at 8:30 Eastern time, and everybody's welcome if they want to come. We've got really great moderators that can handle any trolls, and our community is really safe for all trans people. All the leadership of our organization is LGBTQ plus, and so anybody who's interested in that, you can go to progressivevictory.win. Just fill out the form there, and it'll give you an invite into our server, and you can jump in and say hi to other members of the community, and get involved with political action, and also join us for our community events. I think there's a good number of people in our server right now just hanging out and chilling and vibing voice chat. So
yeah,
say hi.
The links to the form that get you into the Discord server are currently in both my site chat and also Twitch chat. So check that out if you want to check out a free voice training lesson. That's really, really cool.
Yeah, and a bunch of other people who are leaders in the community thought of that, and thought it was, we all thought it was a great idea. So
yeah, and like also the Progressive Victory Discord is just a nice place. Like people hang out there. If you're looking for another community Discord to hang out in and like meet cool people and like volunteer in, and also like make friends and like do silly stuff and I'll help other people, like it's a perfect place for that kind of thing.
Yeah, we're all buds. We it's a bunch of people who We like to get together. A lot of people with neurodivergence, a lot of non-binary and trans folks have just found their way into our community and have shaped it into something that I'm really proud of. It's really, really cool, and I love hanging out there. So anybody who wants to join, please do.
All right. And I think I'm going to end stream here, and
Okay.
maybe we could continue our call off stream.
Sounds good. Yeah, sounds good. Hey, Jack's audience, you have seen a lot of these streams, and I just want to let you know how much I appreciate you, because you've been here with us since before Progressive Victory was actually even launched. Like, some of you all were the first people in our community. Back when we did a fundraising stream for gosh, what was the name of that candidate in Tennessee?
Odessa Kelly.
Odessa Kelly.
Yep.
And so I just want to thank you all for being a part of this and helping to shape Progressive Victory from the very, very, very beginning. And thanks for spending your time with us tonight.
Yeah, you guys, like, you guys don't understand. I think a lot of people don't know, like, you guys have been on the ground floor of this thing from the beginning and
Yes,
like
sir.
helped build up this organizing effort. So that's not any one of us. That's like we've done this together, and that's just really amazing. So thank you all so much, and we will be back tomorrow for a much more chill stream. And thank you all for being here and for being awesome. And you all have a good night. I'll raid you guys into Stu. I'm really important.
All right.
Since he seems like he might be at our next stream on Saturday. Let's
That'd be
show
awesome.
some goodwill. So all of you, get in the robot. Get in the robot chat. Gonna send you on over to I'm Really Important. And you all have a great night. And we are